Hello. Technically, but I'm in studio mode, just setting things up. So I just needed to wait for people, but we have at least two that will work. Hello. We can fix this. Into the scuffness of streaming. Transition. What in the world is this? Oh boy. Hello. Cache per page. Let's do that. So, first things first, just getting a little bit of a health check. So, are you able to hear me? And are you able to hear Miss Fist right now? Right. Yeah, we got we're using a little, call it, like, fix some. There we go. You're muted. Okay, so let's see if we can't. And there it is. Okay, I got the right button. I have a whole bunch of filters going through, and one of the filters was blocking voice chat for some reason.
Testing then. See how it works.
Did we get loud and clear?
Alrighty. Awesome. It might not just be us two for the whole thing, but I'm happy to just, chill and chat.
Yeah. So basically, this is a very last-minute podcast. So it's going to be a little bit more free-form, kind of like the last one.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
So if anybody who was in a group, went to AX, was at the concert as well this weekend, feel free to just ping me or something like that, and I can get you in on this call. More people, the better. We can get as many people to talk.
You heard it here first. Moondog's DMs are open, loud and clear.
Yeah, they are open. Just at me or something like that. Just whatever works, because one of the things that I want to have the benefit with using a podcast stream like this over a space is that if you have any pictures or anything like that you want to share and talk about, I think this is the perfect place to do it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let me pull up my phone and get ready to send some pictures over.
Right. So kind of an overview of what has happened this weekend, at least from a global aspect of KFP and Hololive. This weekend was...
It's been a crazy time.
There was a lot that happened. So over the weekend, there was Hololive EN's first concert, Connect the World. So let's go. That was the highlight of the weekend. But while that was all going on, in LA as well was AX, as well as at the same time for all of you EU bros, as well as you, Miss Fist, since you're there.
Yep.
Was Dokumi as well.
Yep. Dokumi crew reporting in.
So in terms of KFP, I mean that at this point has become, the KFP con as well.
It kind of has.
You got
not just KFP, to be honest, but mostly KFP, I would say.
Mm-hmm. So I would say like in terms of and if there was any other cons that I'm missing, like feel free to shout out that there was another con this weekend that you guys.
I think SmashCon was also going on in Australia.
So SmashCon was also going on. So
Yeah.
I know there's a few Australian KFP. Met a few actually at AX and Connect the World, but the fact that again Connect the World, the whole idea of just connecting all fans together, it really felt so true this weekend, especially as like some people were sharing their thoughts on Twitter, as much as we could use Twitter before the rate limiting hit. Luckily,
there was some wonderful chaos as all these conventions were going on.
Yep.
Couldn't share all the pictures I wanted to at the time, but hey, I've got them stockpiled. Maybe I'll make a thread showing everything later on.
Like I mentioned before, open invite. Just let me know if you want to come in and speak your words. I probably will be rambling, trying to fill in that dead air as necessary.
Thank you for filling in the dead air.
Yes.
Well, let's give in some background. So, Moondog, did you go to the concert? Did you go to AX?
Okay, so I did not go to AX. I arrived on Friday, and that Saturday, what a few of us did was just didn't go to AX, just went to AX to experience the insanity that was the lines outside. Basically, people.
I heard they got really, really crazy back there in the West Coast. How many people were projected at AX this year?
Oh my God!
Did they announce the numbers?
I did not see any announced numbers. I can look at this up right now, but it was a lot.
I know that.
It was wrapping around the convention center from what it looked like twice, almost.
Oh my gosh.
And like even then, there were just people just hanging out doing the same thing we were doing, and just cosplayers that were either too big or had props that looked too dangerous. Just having meetups in the front.
And this line was pre-security check or post-security check? Because I know in Dokumi there's a long line. It was mostly Saturday that was the long line, where it was just back and forth, and then there was security check and then ticket check.
Mm-hmm. From what it looked like, it looked like pre-security. I mean, there looked like there was a line where you had to go get your badge, and then you got out and you went into another line just to get in. And then I'm looking at the numbers right now. There was 100,000 people at least attending this year.
Yeah. In downtown LA, like that building size, that's extremely impressive. It is kind of scary. You didn't go in yourself, but I'm assuming you had people who did go in. I saw pictures that the crowd was person to person.
I did meet a few. I didn't know if anybody here in chat currently, or if anybody's going to join.
Oh, hey, Dakuma.
Dakuma, hello. We have a bear invasion.
A bear. But wait, we have LA, Dokumi, and from my house.
Let's go.
The stream
covering the whole world.
The stream gang.
As Falcon commented mentioning, Dokumi peaked at 150,000 on Saturday, which is, I think, now the biggest con in Europe. It was utter insanity on Saturday, let me just say.
I saw that everything was going down, and I'm like, I want to be there, but also I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
I would say I was glad that I didn't go in. I don't regret. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
regret not
I
getting
agree.
a ticket. Both my wallet thanks me, and my patience thanks me.
Oh, don't mention the wallet. I almost spent close to 2K just with merch.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that sounds cool. I want to be with like all the KFP screaming, and then I was like, I don't want to be there. There's too many people. I don't want to.
Yeah, I would recommend if they're keeping up the 3-day at Dokumi thing. Friday and Sunday were less people. There were less people around, and it was like generally a better vibe, in my opinion. Saturday's the day that sold out instantly, basically, and it was the day that reached 150,000.
But from what I always hear, the nice thing about Dokumi is because it's way more open probably than LA is.
Oh yeah.
You guys have
There are several buildings with lots of open space and like food trucks, and yeah, the artist alley was packed on Saturday. That was the day I did my final sweep for merch. But literally, it was person to person in the entire building, and it was madness on that day. On Friday and on Sunday, it was much more open.
So in terms of Dokumi, how many? I know we were given the fair warning. KFP, do not go to Dokumi this year. How many people did not listen to that?
Okay. So here's the thing. We don't know how many were KFP, like just as casual viewers or dedicated viewers, and we don't know how many were just generic VTuber fans in general, because there were lots of people who showed up just in Hololive merch to the booth and bought some stuff and left. But we don't know if they were KFP. We don't know if they spoke their name.
They don't understand the power of KFP. They're like, oh, they're in charge here. Yes.
There was a very strong dedicated KFP group here in Europe. There were 18 people in our Airbnb. That almost all of us were KFP, but a lot of us were teammates or just not VTuber friends at all, but friends of friends. And then we had the. I guess we'll go to the concert. Just jumping ahead a bit. We Dom, who is probably listening but doesn't want to talk because he's understandably tired, booked a private theater by working with Cover to make sure we were legally allowed to, and worked Spawn so that we made sure every single person who participated had a Spawn ticket and was able to pay the fee to enter. And we booked a private movie theater, which was about 70 plus people. It was mentioned on Twitter.
I think I saw that.
We had 70 plus people in a movie theater cheering our hearts out. We passed out extra pen lights to people who didn't have them. We were all cheering like crazy. Yeah, the first row was fire. I was there. Elmi, artist on Twitter, led the fan chants, taught us to do the Connect the World fan chants that Nini Diesel wrote, helped make.
Nini
performed it.
Yes, Meringue helped, and Blue also did. I don't know. Did you guys?
Yes.
Did you also guys get?
We used Blue's design sheet and to read from, and Nini's recorded video to perform alongside to learn. So
I guess in LA we actually had a on that Sunday in the morning we had a Amatori breakfast meetup, and
nice. Hey Sora.
Hey Sora. Welcome.
Hey, Sora.
Although that ended up being more of a general Hololive than anything Amatori.
Yeah, it originally started. It originally started as an Amatori because Amatori, and then a lot more people just, I guess, noticed again the beacon of orange and just saw us and just joined.
Oh, the KFP are there. Oh, well, might as well.
But we had like stacks of the booklet that we were just handing out to people. Most of it, the nice thing is it the first few pages kind of taught the basics of chanting. So even if you weren't like KFP, you didn't need to know like
the ketchas and that.
Yeah, you can learn how to do ketcha, all the chants.
Hi.
Yeah.
Literally just show people that Rhythm Heaven DS game where it's like the Idol concert, because that's where I learned about that one song before Kiara even mentioned it. Dun, 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 dun.
Careful, don't be too accurate. We don't want to get copyright struck.
We're gonna get DMCA.
I like just not like a minute ago that we're live. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly just been casual chatting.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very casual. I mean, the structure is just come in, just message if you want to talk. If you have images you want to share, just send them. Send them in.
I did send some images in the episode planning chat. If you want to put some up, from the movie theater.
Okay.
We had about 50 people who signed up before the Dokumi itself, I think. Dom will correct me if I'm wrong eventually. Because he actually did all the organization for this madness. And then 20 or so people showed up afterwards. So in my opinion, I think it was around 70% KFP, or at least people who really like Kiara and have her as an Oshi. And then the rest were just general Hololive fans of all sorts and sizes.
Link, let's see. Yeah.
And so Sora and Moondog, you both went to the concert, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Nice.
I was part of the 100 section, and he was up in the 200 sections.
Yep.
Okay. So I didn't even try for a ticket. There was no way to organize or swap tickets to be able to like make a KFP row or something.
Mm-hmm. So to give background on how the tickets were happening, this happened.
Yeah.
What, April time?
I remember.
So most of us, I believe, some of us were actually at Anime Boston when it was all going down. And it was a real pain because they did it. They split up into two parts. You know, the early tickets, and then the next day. Oh, goodbye, Dakuma. And the next day was the general admission, and but we had some saviors who basically bulk ordered throughout the entire Hololive fandom.
Thank you.
So one thing that I noticed that was like an accidental like boon for this whole thing was that the default on Ticketmaster is 2 tickets.
Yeah.
Because they don't expect people to be lonely ass motherfuckers who go to this by themselves. And so a lot of people ended up buying 2 tickets and were like, I didn't mean to do this. I need someone to take this ticket, please. I spent too much money. And that was how I initially got my first ticket, is that somebody was just, I'll pay. All you have to do is just pay me the amount that I paid for myself, and that will be good. So it got rid of a lot of the scammer problems.
Yeah,
it's just that we naturally just bought up a ton of tickets all on our own.
Like Hololive in of itself didn't scalp it. Like they only did the we just bought in bulk, and now we're just redistributing the economy.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And the first initial ticket that I got was actually going to be very close to Moondog and Beats. I think it was also in the 200s on the far left side. I then got a different ticket that was then down in section 100. And the transactional period, like everybody, it was totally trustworthy. We were all Hololive fans. We traded exactly the amount of money. Heck, I think I lost a little bit of money because PayPal took a bit out. But
that's PayPal.
Being able to have that transitional period and everybody being able to just give the money. There were times when I had the money and I could have just cut all contact and just kept the tickets myself. But no, that was just the trust that all of the Hololive fans had with each other.
Yep. It's not just KFP that's strong united, but Hololive fans in general are really, really dedicated to making sure most people have a good time, as good a time as possible.
I was talking to so many other different fandoms. We had the teammates, we had tacos, we had the general Hefs, like the main
Oh yeah.
like the general English server people.
Mhm.
Everybody had their own little like network. KFP, we had our little like group up. That shout out to Salubrious Beats for organizing that.
Thank you, Beats.
For LA. So he was the backbone of a lot of the events through this weekend meeting up for KFP, which I guess we can kind of go through like kind of the schedules that happened. I mean,
Actually, Beats commissioned like a chicken kissing a gator.
I was about to mention that. So if everybody knows, can somebody talk about? Can you send the PNG of that?
It's in the chat.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. There it is. Okay, so let me.
Sorry, my neighbor decided to build as soon as I got the microphone. They were like, "Oh, it's time. Let me drill."
So, if everybody knows the famous,
Let's go.
ADB, KFP,
My backpack.
we're close bonds here. Don't show this to Lunchbox, even though we gave him a few stickers of it.
It's very apt that this is covering the Kiara standee right now. It's so symbolic. Get Kiara out of the way. We're here for the real shit. We're here for our Amatori fan meetup.
So basically, Beats commissioned Akama to actually make this emote that is now spanned every so often. But he actually did it to make stickers to pass out. He also had he also met up with a few other artists that had a whole bunch of stickers and passed out as well. Pomp, he had some stickers from Pomp. And actually, Misfits, you might remember her, but Kali that we met at MomoCon.
Yeah, she cosplayed at AX, right?
Yes. So Beats got like 200 stickers from her to pass out.
Gosh, that's the best.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I know Pomp has had, or not Pomp, Beats has had those Pomp stickers ever since Youmacon. So he's been holding on to those for a while.
Okay.
He used those for the game that he hosted, the little panel, which went pretty well with all the different. I think my favorite was the personal the does Kiara die at the end of this clip sort of deal. That was a fun one. And
Oh, that's
they were
fun.
rewards for guessing correctly.
So that going back in terms of that, so that was in the morning and throughout the weekend at AX. We had breakfast or lunch or whatever you wanted to call it at this place called Grand Station. It was just
Nice.
it was a large little like food court with all this ethnic food, which had a restaurant that Kiara has pointed out before to us when she was in Korea. The famous Egg Slut was
Oh yeah.
was there. So many people went to Egg Slut.
They're like, why so many people in orange here?
What are these people with like these chicken like cosplays? Why are they coming to this chicken place?
I gotta say that whole place was really cool though. Just tons of international markets all over the place. Just it's the closest I think that I've ever gotten to just something like on the level of the Christmas markets that I imagine Kiara talks about all the time.
Yep. Which actually also next to that the Egg Slut actually was a German restaurant as well. So
yeah.
Wow, German restaurants. That sounds pretty good.
yeah. So
yeah, we KFP in general just we split into several groups, not just the people who got an Airbnb together, but just people we met at cons. We went our separate ways sometimes and joined together randomly. Collections of massive amounts of people sometimes. We went to one ramen place with like 10 people, and then we went to a beer house with 20 something people, and everyone fans of everyone. I know Frofro was nearby. She was looking good. Koala was nearby as well. I saw crayons. At the beer house, there were so many recognizable names, and it's very hard to remember all these names connecting with all these people. Yeah, Meow was there as well. Hello, Meow. But it's a special thing to get together with a bunch of fans that you know online but don't actually know the faces of. And I still don't know the connections of the names and faces sometimes, to be honest. But I do my best. And yeah, I know you're sitting next to me. Yeah. Hello. Join the chat if you want to talk.
Yeah, there just isn't enough time in the day to get acquainted with everyone. Like, I literally just met Kaz once to shake his hand, and I never saw him again.
Yep. I think I tweeted out like at the end of it all, like, I'm so sorry if I didn't get to meet you. Like, hopefully we can meet again, because like, I'll be honest, there were so many people. And let me go to like the first big thing that happened on that Sunday, which was, I believe it was Holo Takeover was our destination after, which was kind of like the first of many meetups that day.
Holo Takeover has gotten really, really big lately. They were at MomoCon, did the cosplay gathering, where there were solid 40 cosplayers. I would say
there was about 40 cosplayers.
I would guess more, honestly.
So no, this was at MomoCon.
Just in MomoCon.
Yes. Okay. So that's the size of that. While here at AX, it was
I would say double.
Double. I was going to say near 100. That's just cosplayers. Mm-hmm. In terms of fans, probably about 50 more.
Because I saw so many Kira cosplayers online, and I was like,
yes. So that's where we started seeing That's where we started seeing all the Kiara cosplayers too.
The problem with Kiara cosplaying is that it's great for the professional cosplayers or the ones that put in a whole lot of the effort. It's just the casual cosplays, it's a lot harder to do. So when you
you got to be comfortable with your body.
When you get these big events, then that's where they start to peek out from the cracks.
Mm-hmm. I saw 2 or 3 Kiara cosplayers at Dokumi, but there were like maybe a dozen Guras. I think it's a matter of like ease of cosplaying.
You throw that sweatshirt on and bam, you're golden.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gura is really, really easy to slip on. There are many sizes you can just order online. Ame is a little easier as well. There were a few Ames for sure. Kali as well, although you have to be pretty bold to do the classic Kali.
Was Daniru there as Ame again?
Daniru was there as Ame. He looked amazing.
The best Ame. There's absolutely no competition.
Mm-hmm.
We met, it's like in terms of other cosplayers, like Misfits, you'll remember Lexi as Ame again.
Yeah.
We met I'm actually trying to look up like some of the Holo Takeover pictures so I can put them on.
I want to give a special shout out to the cross-dressing cosplays and the Holo Ministry cosplays for this one.
Oh yeah.
There were a lot more than I would have expected, and they were all really good. There was like 3 different fawns that all had really awesome cosplays.
Nice. Yeah, there were at Dokumi we had a solid group of, including fan get-ups, which there were a lot of KFP representing, of course. I would say there were around 50 to 60 cosplayers at the Hololive photo shoot we had.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them were Guras, of course, because Gura is very, very easy to cosplay. But there was a wide range of not just JP, but EN in general. and we had 2 Tempest cosplayers, which was very happy to see.
Oh yeah, we got approached by a Vesper ourselves after the concert. I don't know where he came in. He was just like, "Hey, I need to do this video for KFP," and he just showed us all with our pen lights and stuff like that. That was cool. But yeah, it was especially funny considering, you know, his new 2.0 model update.
Oh yeah,
he had the old cosplay. He was already outdated.
I feel for the whatever company was trying to make a standard Vesper cosplay, and all of a sudden, oh nope, sorry, there's a new one. I have to start over.
There was also, for me in particular, I loved there were 2 little girls with their dad that cosplayed as Okayu and Gura.
That was very adorable. So let me.
They were the cutest little girls ever, and their cosplays were really well done. I wish I'd gotten the picture. But the Okayu tail on the one little girl was really, really good. It stood up. It didn't like get in the way or anything. It looked really real, honestly. And it was just, I like seeing family cosplays just in general. It's so cute to see mom and dad cosplay something, and then have the kids also cosplay as something as a unit.
Yeah,
Can't wait to go to a convention and cosplay as Gura because it's gonna be easier.
I think even the little girl cosplaying as Gura was like one of the higher tier Guras out there, because her outfit was put in a lot of effort.
So I do have
I have
a photo. I have a photo of a group photo with many of the cosplayers, including those as well. So let me put it on screen.
One thing,
yeah, same size too, exactly.
One thing I'm very happy to see with girl cosplay specifically is the massive uptick in tails actually being included. In the first few cons, it was not something that cosplayers did because of the extra work involved, needed to get it to working. But I saw a lot more this year. I'm happy.
So, this is an angle of the group photo where all of the cosplayers of the talents basically were up. So basically they did a few photos where everybody who's dressed up as a Hololive member join in, and then then they had a photo where it's like all of Myth and their fans. So like if technically most of us were probably in the KFP apron, hats, all the getup, we were technically cosplaying as fans. So we weren't in this photo, but we were probably in the photo after, which if you notice, there is a special somebody in this photo.
His cosplay is really good.
His cosplay is amazingly good. But yes, Yago showed up unannounced.
I heard. I've seen the photos. I'm very jealous.
Before we get into that, though, I do want to say that there was one person that I really liked in the for the cosplay. Is that you mentioned how they split up into different gens and stuff like that. What I really liked is that there was a guy that was cosplaying as a TF2 spy, and whenever there was a group that just didn't really have anybody, he would just grab a PNG of one of the members of that particular gen and just stand there. And I thought that was cute because it's just like, yeah, some groups just aren't going to be as popular in the West, so it's get some of that representation.
Well, it's like some of them are really hard. So for example, Gen 5, right? Polka wasn't there because Gen 5 Polka just is probably like extremely difficult to cosplay just because of the amount of flair she has, right?
Yeah, and even, like, if it wasn't for him, we would have just had a Neko, which wasn't even a Hololive member.
There was a
of Gen 5.
There was
the one thing I loved was
Lunch and Beats.
Yeah, it's me. It's Lunchbox. I'm here.
Hello, Lunchbox.
Celebrity spotted on a plane.
That was a very bizarre experience all around the whole weekend. But the one thing I loved was that for Gen 1, it was only Hachima, the one Hachima cosplayer we were with a lot of the weekend.
Yes.
So when they went up, the entire crowd just started cheering Hachima, like over and over, which was pretty great.
That I love that Hachima cosplayer. Met him in Youmacon, and he fucking surprised me because the first time that we saw him was out of the Hachima cosplay. I literally could not recognize him. But yeah, I've had a lot of fun time with that guy.
Here's another. Here's a better angle as well.
What a shot.
Can you guys hear me okay out of
You
curiosity?
can.
Yes,
Hey,
we
Beats.
can.
Yeah.
It's Salubrious Beats. I'm kind of walking around because I'm packing my bags at the same time.
Hello.
But oh yeah, I just want to say that was, I believe they go by Fourplay, Fourplay, the Hachima cosplayer. And it reminds me, it's kind of cool the way people kind of just coincidentally meet up and then the connections kind of stay. Because he met up because you might be familiar with Arctic Blart.
He's
and
actually in this photo too. So
yes, Blart had ran into him while at Youmacon when he was going to go meet with us for the cosplay meetup that was happening at Youmacon. And then ever since then, we've been showing up to similar things and still hanging out. So it's kind of cool how that happens.
So in terms of this, we can get a.
And like,
but go ahead, Sora.
It does just kind of happen. Like you just kind of have to go with the flow. Like how in Little Tokyo we had issues arise, and yeah, we won't go too much.
We won't go into too much detail on that one.
I mean, it's a very fun story to tell.
I mean,
that's content.
I think it's fine to say, we went to Little Tokyo to hang out, and then we step out of the car and look out.
We experienced Los Angeles.
Yeah.
For more information,
sounds like LA.
Regular news, they said it. I was like, okay, that happened, cool. I don't want to be there.
Yeah, that was the LA experience.
Yeah, Pat's asking which one, and we're like, yeah, it was the active shooter. Yeah, so.
Oh, fun.
But it
was more of a police chase than an active shooter situation. Apparently,
we had our own troubles at Doka.
Yeah.
But because of that, like, I got a message from Flannel because he physically couldn't get to his hotel, which was coincidentally in the area. So I was just like, okay, there's some shit going on. I need you to get over to me right now so that we can group up and all that. And so just stuff happens.
Yeah, we had our own incidents at Dokumi and Dusseldorf as well. We had one case or two cases of robbings or thieveries from merch stands. And one case of drugging going on, which was someone passed out candy that was laced. And scary stuff,
these announcements, yeah.
Yeah. Cons are dangerous places. There are lots of people. Can't trust them all, but, most people are good. Just gotta trust in those.
About the Yago showing up, I didn't know he'd show up at Hollow Takeover. I had kind of a guess since I got news he was on Saturday. On Saturday he'd been spotted in AX, and I heard word of that. So I knew he was wandering around, but it was. And then on Sunday at the Hollow Takeover cosplay, someone saw him like walking by. It's like, wait, Iago's in the area? And I was like, and he was like, yeah, he just walked by. And then I'm standing there with Lunchbox, and then Lunchbox like looks at me and like points down there and is like, is that Iago down there? And we look down and he's there in the corner and there's people taking selfies, and then we're like, quick, go. Because it's like you get a chance to see Iago and maybe get a picture. It's like a once in a lifetime kind of thing.
And thank him that Holotori is real.
I was
Yeah.
gonna kill Ninja Star because he took Yago away right before I was able to talk with him or get a picture. I thought my chance was wasted. Oh, I was gonna be so mad.
My
But
favorite
yeah.
picture is a lunchbox and Yago because I recognize them both. I'm like, oh, is that?
The funniest thing is, so after like all these pictures were taken, we were just hanging out like in that center area, and the Yago pictures like were like kind of to the side. So if you start seeing like all these individual photos, you'll just start seeing like KFP just kind of hanging out in the background, and we were joking that like Lunchbox was always there, just kind of like as like the Bigfoot of KFP, just kind of like you just have a Lunchbox sighting in the wild.
My friend, who knows nothing about VTubers or Hololive or anything, sent me. He apparently went on Reddit and just like went on like r/all like and immediately found a picture of Yago with me just standing behind him, and he was like, "What?"
my
He was like, "What are you like?" He was like the last thing he expected to see, and he sent it to me, and he was like, "What is going on? Why are you in this?" And yeah, he was like, "Who is this man? Like, what is happening?" So I just sent the selfie I took with Yago back, and I was like, "Oh, that's the Hololive CEO," and he was like, "What? Like, what is happening? Like, what are you doing?"
And I just want
You're a
to say,
celebrity.
Yago is such a. I just love how much he's
He was
in the
happy to be there.
community, and
Oh yeah, he loves it.
yeah, like he booked off. Like the Holo Takeover event was originally scheduled 1 to 2:30, right? Yago booked off until 3 p.m. to hang around just to take selfies with people. He would sign stuff if people wanted to sign stuff. Holo Takeover had been doing a giveaway as part of the events, and one of them was a Height branded, one of the Height Take No Spells cases.
Oh, nice.
He signed that prize
That's so
for
cool.
when it was being given away, and he was even taking gifts. Like I didn't think this. So when I contacted Pomp Maker a month or so ago, when I was looking to bring some stuff to give away at here at AX in LA, and I asked about the stickers he had. He was like, "Yeah, if you see Yago, give him one." And I'm like, that's not gonna happen." But sure. And it ended up that I was able to get one of the stickers passed on to him because he was taking stuff too. So it was really cool. He's such a great guy. I'm so glad that he's the one at the top there at cover.
So I'm unfortunately have so shaky hands, like in general. Like I'm not meant to be a surgeon or anything. That when I was taking the selfie with him, he my hands shaked, and it just looked like I just like came up to it and be like, "Hey," and took the picture. But I had it. Yeah, but I had a like a a little like, "Hey, thank you for allowing the 3Ds." Now I hope that all the I try to say it in like simple English, where it's just like, I hope all the concerts in the future go well. Especially Kiara's 3D Live. I was just like, please help.
I had always joked like that. I was like, if I ever meet Yago, which I never expected to do, I would be like, "Yago, you got to make Holatoria real. You got to do it. Come on." But then the day before I met Yago, Holatoria became real. So then I met him, and I was like, "Oh, thanks for making Holatoria real." And he was just like, and I, and that was that. And I was like, "Wow, what a fun little payoff to that running joke I've always said." To where when it
He clearly knew you two were going to meet each other.
Oh yeah. That's he was like, "Tomorrow, I know Lunchbox is going to be there. I gotta surprise him the day before." But yeah, the idea of like I had this running bit for so long, and then right before it paid off, it turned to a nice little positive ending.
Yeah, it's so nice. Speaking of Hollow Summer, KFP members, check your community.
Ah, yes.
Oh yeah.
New wallpaper.
I saw Motion announce it.
I saw Motion's tweet about it, and
Motion
that's what
tweet
I'm
was like,
doing
"Oh,
right
it
now.
happened."
But I also got a picture with Yago. I did not really talk with him because like we really wanted things to get going, so I just wanted to get the picture and get going. I saw Sapi ask the question actually, and he was just like, "How the hell did we manage to form that line so quickly?" And it's just like, I guess it's just the power of Hollow fans.
Yeah, people just started just saying form a line, and everyone just formed a line within like 10 seconds.
Which is nice.
That's
That
cool.
Yago has that trust that the community can behave themselves and be organized in such a manner. It was really nice. But for at least for my photo, I had the KFP fan chant guide, which I wanted to show him and present to him and see the dedication that KFP has. So I forced that on him, and now I've got a picture of him holding the fan chant guide.
I did see Blue freaking out about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get a new fan chant guide because mine was in my pocket, and I don't know, maybe because of my pants are very insulating and the hot LA heat, but mine like melted in my pocket. So I gotta get across and do it. Like all the ink like melted together and like fused it into like a single block of paper that cannot be opened anymore. So I'll have to reforge one somehow.
Good luck. Yeah, those fan chants were very useful, especially in the movie theater that we did. We were sometimes louder than the concert. There were so many of us there in that room.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it was a really, really great get together at 4 a.m. I'm glad you guys had fun in your Pacific Western time. But at 4 a.m., yeah, we got out and the sun was up, and that was lovely.
I thought I was going to fucking die out there, but I was actually okay.
Dry
Like
heat.
I'm Michigan. I am Diet Canada. I live in the snow, and I thought it was gonna be bad, but no, the heat was completely tolerable.
It was hotter in New Jersey than it was in the entire time I was in LA.
Maybe the humidity is different.
Yeah, it has to be the humidity because like the second I got back, like the second I walked out the airport doors, like 12 hours ago or so, I was like, oh god, this is awful. Like this is so much worse than what I was just experiencing the past 3 days.
We're just going to start crowding.
Yago also, like, the thing that they really stressed, especially when they said we got to pick it up, is that Yago was determined to meet every single person that was at that cosplay at Hollow.
What a guy!
He waited for the entire line to go.
Yeah, that was absolutely. He is a real one.
He loves the fans. So give us a second.
He's an icon for a reason.
I find it funny that he's like the mascot of Hololive.
Yeah.
So
Like,
this
almost literally, his whole thing was just that he was just standing there in front of all the cosplayers. He wasn't doing a special pose or anything. He was just, nope, I'm right here, and everybody was just going crazy.
I mean, Hollow Takeover,
thank you for bringing that up.
I was just gonna say that Hollow Takeover, I think, posted the video. If you ever listen, when he goes up there, that you can hear the chants, the Yago chants.
We have a cat in the voice chat now.
We do have a Captain Meow.
we're gonna get some more as well coming in too.
Fun. Oh, hey, Dominic. Yes, you have been there. That is actually the Hololive cosplay photo shoot at Dokumi.
Yes. So I pulled this up.
A few of us.
Yeah, I pulled this up because we were talking about AX. So I want to hear Dokumi's like cosplay group now.
Yeah, Dokumi's cosplay was very impressive in my opinion. As you can see, there is a lot of blue, a lot of Guras, but lots of orange and lots of gamers actually. Hololive gamers. There were quite a few Korone and Okayu pairs. Some Fubuki too. You can see the Tempest in the bottom left there. Just a nice wide spread of cosplayers, to be honest.
With here there were a lot of like Susei cosplayers, and I heard they were all together and they were calling themselves the Sue Squad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
they
you
were
try to
one of
sing.
the organized groups. I think they also did a post-concert karaoke because I remember them talking about it.
Oh yeah. One fun thing. I can actually if you look at the down at the like the Kiara picture down there, the Kiara with the sword, Sierra, and she got her sword signed by Yago. So there's now a Yago signed Kiara sword out
Oh,
there.
yeah, I
That's
saw
incredible.
That. That's so cool.
And her costume was fantastic. It's like she made it herself, and the material is like amazing. It's like I wanted to ask her what it was made of, but I forgot to ask. But it was like this like wonderful like kind of like almost like spandexy leather kind of fabric that like looks like perfect.
It was apparently her friend that was dressed up as Callie who made it. I was talking to her
fun.
about that.
Wow.
But yeah, everything like the badge was physical. The henshin, the seal as well. The totally not Common Rider belt.
Another fun thing, we were all waiting to figure out where the meetup is, and I always say her like Roruru, I guess. Is that how you say her name? Yeah. She just like was like walking by, and we were all at KFP, and we were like, "Hey, Kiara," and she was like, KFP," and then she came over and was like, "I'm just gonna stick with you guys," and we were like, "Yeah, we're gonna follow you anyway."
I love Ruru. Ruru's my friend, like online besides, and they're like amazing. I love
Yeah.
them so much. Whenever I see them on console, I'm like, oh, Ruru.
I believe she's the one at the far end of the picture down below.
Yeah.
And just to shout out all of them. I believe. I'm trying to get all of the names. I'm scrolling through my Twitter right now. Get this. One of them was Kat. I believe. And then the one more. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to.
At this point, like when I see a picture of like all fans, I can recognize some of the like
I was
KFP, and, like I know who's each one. I know Moondog because Moondog's picture with the bondage totally lives free in my mind
Oh god damn it!
The iconic. Yeah.
forever. And then I know Lunchbox because Lunchbox looks like Lunchbox.
Yeah.
Falk mentioned in the chat, but I guess we can tie this back to Kiara somehow. But Kago Nana was at Dokumi. Kiara told us to go visit her, and because of that, KFP kind of bought out her stock of books in the first 30 minutes. She unfortunately, something I learned, she brought 15 books for each day, basically.
God.
And sold some beforehand as well to the artists. Yeah, the whole stock was gone in like 30 minutes instantly. I was in line and I watched her take out the Sunday stock, not knowing it was the Sunday stock. I'm like, oh, she's got more in the back. That sounds nice. And then like a dozen people behind me were just out of luck. Didn't get a book. But every single KFP member who popped up, she said, Kiara, kikiriki, and extremely cute. Very fun.
I saw the picture and I was like,
nice.
I can't believe she's taking a picture with that thing I drew. And then she
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She took a picture with the Halloween Hololive booth. It's a little Kiwawa.
Yakuma's influence grows with each passing day.
I'm so powerful, I don't know why I could tweet about Garfield. Please don't follow me.
Yeah, that's what we had a couple people like I can't remember what they initially asked for, but like we directed them to Nekomata and we were like, you know the Kiara chickens? Well, one of the artists who designed them with some other artists, they have this store, Studio Nekomata. You should like here's like the link to it and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
talking about that. We're gonna have like the button ups, like they're gonna arrive like I think tomorrow, so we can.
Yeah.
let's go.
Wonderful.
The uniforms.
Next con, we'll have those KFP uniforms.
Yeah. Looking at also just real aside, looking at the cafe picture again. From the angle, you can see my double jointed elbow really prominently. I'm seeing now because whenever I stick my arm out, it goes farther than it should. because all of my joints are double jointed.
Right.
So yeah, that's a fun little aspect of that picture.
Lunchbox facts.
So, just because the profile picture doesn't really do me justice because Discord is not what I use, I'm Pat or Pat C. So I could be the yeah, I've just been like being quiet. So I'm like for the KFP image, the Kiara Happy, I had two of them. So I held one up and I believe, can't remember who helped me hold it up, but onto the top left. That's me.
Nice.
Doxing myself, but all good, all good. Yeah, no, it's nice to hear all of your voices again. Mine's a little bit short. I've only slept 2 hours, so
I know that feeling.
Fun times.
You were up a lot later after I left that, huh?
Yeah, I was up until 6:30. It's fine.
That's when we got out of the theater.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, here in Dusseldorf, there were two groups basically. One who tried to get some sleep before the concert and maybe got 2 to 4 hours if they're lucky, and the ones who stayed up the entire time.
Oh, hi, it's
Both
me.
of. Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that was you.
Yeah, I'm the no sleep gang, I guess.
Yep. I think the Airbnb that KFP rented, we did karaoke beforehand, and some of us turned into bed. Meow was not one of these people.
Kind of just do like random song to power through the 3 hours because it was so awkward if I sleep like for 3 hours. There's not enough, so I was like, fuck it. And it was
I am
just curse me.
curious.
Yes.
Go ahead, Meow.
Oh, yeah, you're curious.
I just want to put it next on the docket after. It's just I'm curious about how the actual like viewing went, because like you guys rented out a cinema but there was also like you had to check the whether or not you had the streaming tickets and stuff like that. So I wanted to know more about the process of that. But keep going.
Sure, we can talk about that. Dom,
Yeah.
who's in our chat, but not in the call at the moment, handled almost all of that. To be honest,
Of course,
the pre-orders, which there were like 50 something, before Dokumi even happened, was done through a Google form where we submitted our Spawn's stream ticket. We submitted. Oh, I have a pic of an empty concert venue. Yes. Thank you, Dom. Dom organized so much, both at Dokumi and for this theater. Yeah. Here's one of my photos from the front row. Yeah, the cinema we did it in is really, really close to the HBF train station. Some of you who were at Dokumi last year might remember that.
It's like the main station in Düsseldorf.
Yeah, the main station in Dusseldorf. It's fantastic, great location. So at 3 to 4 a.m., we had a bunch of people start showing up. Everyone had to verify the Spawn ticket before they could get in. Either by going to the booth and talking to staff or by talking to Dom and DMs, but every single person who went did have a Spawn ticket. I'm saying this for legal reasons, by the way. We want to be very sure that we're safe.
Legally, we are allowed.
Legally, yes. It is under terms and conditions we're allowed to do watch parties together as long as everyone has a Spawn ticket, and we verified that, and we're all good. Yes. Thank you, Dom. Dom is
listening. We're sure.
Yes. T-Chan is aware of how things work, and we got lots of good news, and everyone had their Spawn tickets, so legally we're in the clear. But Japan, so we have to be careful. But everyone started filling in. We made sure everyone had pen lights. There were several people who brought temporary ones or brought extra to pass out. Yeah, you can see all these photos. Yeah, great shot of us in the theater there. We took a picture on some stairs to send to staff or just to pass around for each other. Everyone had pen lights as much as we could, and Elmi, who did the art, as you can see in the center of the screen there, of the chickens with all the pen lights,
That's so
Led, yeah, they're adorable. Led the fan chant classes. Both once at the con, she led the fan chant classes, of which there were maybe 20 people who were learning the chants there for Connect the World, and the rest were taught in the theater, literally 10 minutes before the concert started.
And doing it live.
Yeah, fucking live.
We just play the video on the screen and then do a crash course on the fan chat. That was fun.
Yeah. We played Nini's video on the entire screen, which was, I don't know how big it was, but standard movie theater size. So we got to see her pen lights moving back and forth, and we all tried to mimic that, the right timing with the Gonna-chan, things like that.
And actually, the fan chant is kind of embedded in our brain that sometimes the song is like playing as a background music, and when the song just play it, we will just automatically just hey.
We remembered the timing a bit too well. It's seared in our memories.
That's so fun. I really want to turn to that. And the way I watched it was me and Christina, we both on voice chat screaming while everything was happening. Or like, oh my god, it's happening. But in Spanish.
That's the best.
That's cute. Was it just you two, or did you like organize like a small little thing?
It was mostly us. We were like screaming. There's like one friend of Chris who actually went to the LA to the concert, and he went from here, and that he said he's a deadbeat, but he was like there. He didn't have a pen light, and then he said that a KFP lent him one, and then he was like, "Oh, you can keep it." And he was like very happy about it, but then he was like, "Yeah," and then you say things like, "Yeah," and then I ran away. I'm like, "Cool." But like I heard that everybody was really nice, and it sounds like so fun. I really wanted to go, but still, it was really fun to watch it with Chris Brian.
It's always fun to watch with friends. Yeah, Fox said in chat, but yeah, we screamed our hearts out. There were several people cheering whenever their Oshi showed up. I heard several Reine chants, and just Ame-chan and Kiara, of course. Kiara basically deafened me when she started Sparks, to be honest.
I mean, I was screaming and singing along, so of course.
I was so out of it because I saw Kiara and I was so excited, but then I felt like I blinked. It was over, and I was like, "What happened? Where is she?" She's there, and there was like Iris. I think when I finally was like, "What's happening?" Oh, that was amazing.
And I guess the next thing would be to talk about is how would you rate the overall experience that you had throughout the concert? What's the things that you noticed?
I loved it. I loved it so much that when it ended, I was confused why it was over.
Yeah, it was so fast.
Same. 2 hours is not enough.
So fast.
I don't feel it's 2 hours. It's like a blink and then it's like, eh.
Right?
I was confused when Connect the World came on because I was still ready to go for an extra 2 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was only 2 hours long. Which,
when they were like the free portions over, I was like, did they get the free portion in like 5 minutes? And then I did like the math in my head of like, no, we've had like 3 or 4 songs now, so this has been like at least half an hour. Like, and I was like, oh yeah, this has been going on. Like, it felt so quick though.
Yeah, we're used to 2 days of concerts that are like 3 hours each because of how many talents there are. I think there were 2 main reasons that they kept it for 2 hours. One was the cost of YouTube Studio.
Okay.
I know that American venues are very, very, very expensive to book for extended periods of times. And the second point is this is their first attempt in the US and they didn't want to go too overboard, is my assumption. I think a mixture of both is why they kept it to 2 hours. But next time, we better see more, in my opinion.
Next time.
I want duets. I want duets like we have in...
If I had one complaint, it would be the lack of duets.
Yeah.
And I also was thinking if they did want to buff for time, and speaking of buff, we'll get to that later. But I was like, we could theoretically, they technically would have had the time if each girl did an original, because all the girls have at least one original, and then also a cover. Because I was thinking about how thinking about how Kiara's never done a cover in like any of like her 3D performances. And then has anyone not sang an original in the 3? Everyone has at this point, right?
I think there was one. There was a cover.
Yeah, a few were covered last night, but I think everyone who has an original has last night, 2 nights ago. Everyone who has an original has sang it at one point now. In a 3, either at Fourth Fest or.
I don't think Mume sang New
Mume,
Start.
Yeah.
Did Mume not? What did Mume sing at Fourth Fest?
Anus Start has not. Been
No.
sung.
Okay, yeah. So then Mume's only done covers in 3D. Versus like Kiara and I think like Callie have never done covers in 3D.
They have enough songs to sing.
Yeah. I was thinking,
That's
it would
right.
be.
She sang My Dearest. Oh, I loved My Dearest.
Yeah, I was thinking of Mume was wonderful. In her singing, her acting, we'll also get to. But I was like, oh, they could technically pad this for time by having each girl go twice. Which Iris did, which also we'll get to. And having do like the solo and then have them come back for a cover, and I would be like, that would be a fun little balance to do things.
Not enough time though. 2 hours was a tough limit. One thing I guess I can mention was I felt sad that the guests only had that one trio song. I felt like they maybe, again, this all ties back into I want duets, of course. But the guests came from international places basically and only sang one song as a trio. And I kind of wish we got more from them. It was great that they were there at all, to be honest, but I wanted more.
I wanted so much more.
Yeah, I really wish there was more focus on ID rather than JP, because I love JP a lot, but I feel like they have the advantage that they have like the place where they can do the concerts and they keep being the main focus, and then ID because his ID rarely has like any moment to shine, but they have amazing singers, and I'm like, they should be here too. Like everybody will love them, and they have amazing voice.
Jumping ahead a bit, at the very end of the concert, we did get the announcement for the Holomeet VR thing, which has an ID concert.
Yeah.
So I am hyped for that.
It's still not a complete one, but it is something.
Yeah.
It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry. Because I literally stepped out to run to the bathroom, could you spell out what they showed after the concert, like what they teased for myself and for the people that are also listening, like what happened?
So the first thing they showed was Callie's new EP, correct? That was the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were like, buy the fucking DVD, do it.
And then
Bale's EP.
The ultra zoomed in Bay EP that we didn't get to see the title of until later.
Following that was the Hololive, the Holomeet ID concert announcement,
which is cruise ship.
Which is Muna, Kobo, Reine, and
Risu.
Ford? Was it Risu? Yeah, I think it was Risu.
Yeah.
In a like cruise themed like concert tour throughout SEA.
I can't wait.
And then
the final was
random lore video.
Gen 3, yeah.
Well, we don't know yet.
Hope 2.
I'm in the Hope 2 category.
Project Despair.
I have no clue.
I hope you didn't get bonked too hard.
I noticed that Callie had a stream before I went to bed, and then when I woke up, all evidence of the stream existing was gone, and I don't know what happened.
Don't say anymore. We don't want to get bonked.
Right. I'm just gonna assume that Callie had the words "Hope 2" written up on the screen in bold, italic, underlined.
Anyways, so we don't have to fear whatever the wrath of Genma is.
Look, we can make assumptions
Well-
because there was one seat and one symbol. That's
for full
all I'm gonna say.
disclosure, I do not know, but for you good people listeners, if I did know, if I knew what Callie said, I'd be saying it everywhere. The truth needs to be out there. I'd be Yago's lucky I didn't see that Callie stream.
We don't have an NDA with cover. At least I don't have it anymore. So we can say whatever.
But it does seem like they're going the complete opposite direction, like almost literally of Iris being Project Hope. I almost expect like it's going to be called Project Despair. Hope has descended, so instead we're going to have Despair rises up from hell or whatever it is.
I can't believe we're finally getting the Danganronpa Hololive.
Yeah, we're getting Monokuma.
Oh wait, this is Monokuma because it's half and half.
Yeah.
Has the Danganronpa artist made a VTuber yet?
No.
No, but I was saying I was saying when we were there because we like that came up because everyone was like, oh yeah, this is like Danganronpa if this Despair and whatnot, and then I was like, wait a minute, like when you're walking around in Danganronpa and it's like the weird like 3D world, but everyone's just a cardboard cutout. I was like, can you just like grab that and rig it? Like, would that work? Like, what are the in-game like Danganronpa like cardboard cutout like art? Could someone just like rig that and see what happened?
The ultimate.
If you can get the models, yeah.
The ultimate VTuber. I actually love it.
Yeah,
I won't say more. I won't say more, but there is a good joke for that because I don't want to spoil things.
It was funny though because this is the Hope 2 thing originally comes from a classic motion post, which is I think it's like there's like a meme that's like some Persona thing or whatever, and like it's a screenshot that's like Persona 3 Part 2 leaked or something when it's like some thing. I don't know anything about Persona. So I can't explain it. But Motion made a version where it's like all of like the Hololive cast, like Ian cast.
Oh yeah, the P1 and P2 products.
Yeah, and it's like all of the EN cast together, but then Omega's there, and Motion has like a big red circle around him, and it's like Hololive EN Gen 3 / Hope 2 leaked, and it's like zoomed in on Omega. And ever since then, the phrase "Hope 2" has always been in my brain as something hilarious.
Omega who?
Yeah. So, but the second the teaser came up, everyone in the show, like audience was screaming EN3, and I was like, nah, Hope 2. This is finally Hope 2's time to shine. And then as the night went on, people were like, wait a minute, hold on, I think this is actually Hope 2. And I was like, oh yeah, I said that as a joke, but like, upon further investigation, it looks like we're actually getting Hope 2. Hope 2 is real.
My predictions for this, at least like how I think it's going to turn out, is that I was mentioning this, is that this is clearly supposed to be somebody who is like devilish and a prankster, someone who will their lore will be all about causing despair and anguish in people. I have a feeling it's going to be like a Gabriel Dropout situation where the devil is actually just a really good person inside. They're just forced to have to be evil and try and do it in whatever way they can, and then end up actually getting bullied by like Iris is gonna drop on this girl and she's not gonna let go.
Hope 2 Toa EN edition.
How about like Johanne from Hololive, which is just like, I'm so cool, and they were like, no, you're not. But that's Laplace now that I think.
Well, that's what I was saying. Cherry from V Reverie. Before Cherry even debuted, she was in Ophie's chat, and she was like, "Hey guys, it's me, Cherry. I'm so cool." And we were like, "You seem very short." And she was like, "I'm not short." And everyone was like, "You seem incredibly short by the way you talk."
Like,
and she was like,
"You give like short energy."
Yeah, and she was like, "I am 8'7", and we were like, "That's the most short thing anyone could ever say. You have incredible short energy." And then she debuted. And she's like 140 something like centimeters. So she's yeah.
Baby. But I'm hoping for someday whole life will have a Barbie tuber. I love Nene, but that's not a Barbie tuber. That's just an
Yeah.
idol. Just a bear.
She's a seal, the bear of the sea.
Yeah, the bear of the sea. That's right. That's how they call them.
They're
Well,
gonna
I
run
mean,
out of the animals eventually. It'll happen.
Someday.
So I'm gonna throw up
Someday.
some more images of the weekend.
And I'm not entirely certain, but like considering how quickly Council was,
I was
announced
also
and
thinking
teased
this.
after Iris was, we might see the actual true EN3 fairly soon.
I don't know what theming they're going to possibly go for, to be honest, because they peaked at concepts. They did like godly concepts now. There's no step above that.
They have power crept themselves out
I
of.
can't wait.
Yeah.
I kind of
for
want
them to
normal.
be office workers. Yeah, office
Yeah,
workers.
that's
Just
what I'm saying.
normal.
Tired office workers, please.
They don't know how popular this will be. To be like, oh yeah, this is from finance.
That's what, like, I always think about like the only like Hololive girl with like black hair is like Mio, right?
Subaru?
No,
Subaru's
Subaru's hair's like a
brown,
brownish,
but
yeah.
Very close.
Yeah, it's like a darkish brown, but it's always like, yeah, the only one with like black hair is Mio, and I always find that weird. It's like none of them have just like normal black hair.
There's no normal people in
There's no normal black hair.
Yeah.
But I was thinking for a peak, maybe Western theme, but like superheroes and supervillains would be really
That's
cool to see.
Something that I have always thought would be fun. That's what the new I have quite a bone to pick with Japanese interpretation of American superheroes that could that is for another time because I have too much to say about it here. But that
We'll do a
is
spin-off podcast just for those tangents.
yeah, for my rants. I subjected a lot of them this weekend to my directorial ranch about specific
but at
things.
what cost?
I got
Yeah.
a lot of FGO farming done that day.
Oh my
Uh,
god, so many images.
Oh yeah.
But the new Niji wave is superheroes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they do fall in the category that like kind of the issue that I say where a lot of like Japanese superhero designs feel derivative of I guess like 90s image comics designs. And they're very My Hero Academia style, like very over the top. They got like that. Maybe they got a thing covering their jaw, like that kind of stuff. They don't really feel like American superheroes anymore. Yeah, there's no like just like guy in like a suit with a cape.
No capes.
Yeah, that's like what's his name? I always forget how to pronounce his name. Which is annoying because like Yoshitaka Amano, I guess is how I will say that as an American. He actually has amazing because he was very, very heavily designed by very influenced by like Neil Adams superhero art from the 70s. So his a lot of his original designs with kind of like Gotcha Man is like his like main thing that like you look at that he did a lot of art for. And that's so much more like superhero looking than like what we think of traditionally as a superhero than a lot of the, like I said, more modern kind of image inspired things that you see now with a lot of like the One Punch Man like peripheral characters, like like Saitama specifically is supposed to look like a generic superhero, which is why he has the cape and stuff. But yeah, the vein of people that are inspired by like Batman and Superman and that kind of look versus the people who are inspired by like Deadpool or like I said, like Rob Liefeld kind of art, like Cable or something.
I think we tangented a bit far.
Well, that's
to be
pulling this back real quick. The and the Niji 3, the Niji whatever number they're up to, guys, feel in that vein. So I would hope that if at some point Cover did do a superhero themed thing, they would pull it back into that more traditionally influenced kind of feel. But we don't have to worry about that now, because at the concert, they probably announced Hope 2. And speaking of the concert, segue.
There you go.
Well, before the concert, we have the pictures up here of the meetup, the big meetup.
So this is the giant. So I put up the pictures of the giant. What most people call it most people call it the Hefts meetup, which was Hololive English fan server. It was a meetup with I had the metrics here. The forum has a RSVP of about 650 people. So a few things were happening. There was like a little pizza party going on where people prepaid to get pizza. So you just went up and you checked your name and you got your slice. So they knew exactly how much.
No idea when they had the opportunity to do that.
Right. Again, 600 people. So while that was going on,
you'd be surprised about the pizza, because a lot of people didn't turn up to get there, so there was leftovers at the very end.
While that was going on, down in this amphitheater, there was a demonstration for chants and cheers, and obviously KFP showed up.
Oh yeah.
We kind of all knew what was going on, but so basically we had, who was the KFP that was helping out down below?
In the back?
Yeah, like in the front.
In the front, there was Blart, who was helping in his construction uniform, going back and forth.
Yeah, he was Usadin.
Yes, he was in Usada.
Usada.
Yeah.
I had the Usada construction stickers on a actual hard hat with a bright orange vest, sprinting around.
There he is in the background.
I was gonna say, I was like, wait a minute, what was that? Where'd he just come from? But yeah, he's coming out of Pat's mic. That confused me so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're currently cleaning up and checking out in the next 30 minutes. So
nice.
So, basically, we went through the chants, and basically they were explaining the basics of Ketcha, explaining the basics of, the Udo Oi, Udo Oi, Udo Oi, trying to keep going. All while doing, because we had the fan chant guide, they were was Kiara songs as the examples.
Our main example song was Hinatori, because it was like Hinatori kind of perfectly set up for teaching people how to idol fan.
You can trust the idol fans to make that.
Plus, we were there, so we can help. With
it was funny to see, like, at this point, we've just kind of slowly absorbed so much information that to me feels like common knowledge, like how to do this stuff. And it was weird seeing people that didn't know. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess Gura doesn't teach you guys how to idol fan chant. I forgot the other girls don't do that. So
you've been brainwashed.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird to be them being like, so when do you catch her? And I'm like, what do you mean when do you catch her?
It's part of the nature. You have to know.
Yeah, like you should know by now. Like,
there you go.
It was a very weird.
There
feeling.
aren't honestly that many idol fans in Hololive in general. Like, there's Nene, there is Louis, there is Kiara. There are a few more, right?
It's because most of them are like, oh no, I'm not an idol, I'm a streamer, and then Kiara's like,
yeah, and most of them are
to watch idols.
Yeah, that was one thing. Like, jumping to the concert, far too many were just if the beat was slightly slower than the most hypest thing you've ever heard, everyone was catching. And I was like, it's like, no, not yet. Like don't catch her to like the verse of Hinatori. That's not slow enough to catch her to.
And it was in the middle
stands up
of
like, you are doing it wrong.
Yeah, like it's like, but it's the thing of like, do you just go with the flow so the audience seems unified, or do you do it correctly? But then by doing it correctly, it seems disjointed and broken. So it was like, oh god, you people, you gotta, what are your Oshis teaching you? This is an idol company.
Wow, if only there was a VTuber who did a whole VTuber stream lesson on giving idol chants.
Yeah, and also she, maybe there was another, maybe like a collab stream where 3 VTubers talked about idol history. Maybe I'll go grab the link to that.
So,
Oh no, Lunchbot, no.
so yeah,
I think we're being brainwashed to follow the flow with all the idol songs.
they did.
So we just do it.
Yeah. They did Hinatori.
It was in the middle of the conversation that we were having with me, Moondog, and Lunchbox, where we were talking about this, and I'm just like, oh my god, what has she done to us? We didn't used to be like this.
Yeah, it's like I didn't know to do this, and then now I do, and I didn't notice when I learned how to do it, but I just know how to do this now.
I knew nothing about idols before watching Kiara, to be honest. And
Yeah,
now
man.
here I am, leading chants.
The only idol I knew was Baby Metal because for some odd reason they opened up for a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert.
Oh yeah.
And I had no idea who they were. I was like, this is Japanese idols? Huh, what a world. And I moved on. And then fast forward like maybe 6-7 years later, here I am.
At least I know the Hello Project, and the AKB, because like when I was in high school, one of my classmates was very into the idol thingy, like the AKB friend, and he would legitimately just go for a concert on the weekend and say, yeah, I just go back from Japan for a concert. I say, oh, you rich bitch, I guess.
Yeah.
Like he was so into it, and I said, yeah, I know that.
I know because of Love Live. And because Love Live, people got really into like knowing this. So I know like a lot of fans from Hololive are fans from Love Live.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
that is true.
I was talking to some. I can't remember who it was, but I was talking to someone, and I was like saying like, oh yeah, like this is the first concert I've ever been to that has seats, because like I've only ever like listened to like punk music and gone to like punk concerts where like it's just the open floor. So it's so weird to me that I have an assigned seat, and like that I have like. But I was saying like, oh, but at those shows, like so much punk music has like call and response and stuff like that. That knowledge to me transferred really easily into like idol call and response stuff. And he was like, oh yeah, I like love Live, and he's like been to Love Live concerts and all that stuff. So he was like, so to me, hopping into Hololive was super easy. It was just basically just the same exact like skill set to be a fan of.
Yes.
I have an IRL friend who loves the Hello Project, and she's very similar to Kiara. And whenever like, oh yeah, I know idols like Love Live, she wants to kick me, and I'm like, yeah, I guess. But I learned how to count for that.
Something that I found out and realized, and this makes 100% sense, is that a lot of the guys who are at the front of this teaching us all the idol fan chants and stuff, they're all Love Livers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're all seasoned veterans. There was a KFP guy who was showing like doing the chant like with the pen light moves and did the full blown water gay the spinning and going to the side. That was JJ.
The ocean,
JJ,
baby thing, like.
Yes, that.
If they have an Ida bag, they were a Love Live veteran.
Which the legend Jinro was there with his
yes. He was there, but it's like they're our Yoda, and we're like all of the.
There was a very cute little story to where when we were in the park, there was like a little girl who must have been like 4 or something, and she was with her mom walking past, and she saw Jinro. She saw Jinro, and she was like, "Look at all those like plushies. That girl's so cute." And I was like, "Wow, look at that." Like she was like, "Wow." Like, yeah, she was like, it was like, yeah. fantastic. The youth seeing Kiara, wonderful.
But it was full of weebs, and here somehow idol culture is like popular with some of the weebs. There are like a lot of like idol cover groups and whatever. So whenever we go to parks and like do like chants and whatever, and like there's always kids like, oh my god, look at the lights, look at the plushies, and we're like, idols. Yes.
Yeah, at Dokumi actually, when we were doing the fan chant practice. It was right after the practice, and there were still like 8 of us still getting it down practicing. We had a Twitch streamer pop up and say, "Hey, so what are you guys doing?" And started filming us. And we're like, "Well, okay, we're doing fan chants. Do you know what idols are?" And they're like, "Nope, what's an idol?" We're like, "Okay, how do we get back to the start of this?" So we just started teaching them about pen lights and how we do cheers and stuff. And this is our Oshi, Kiara, and then we hold up a plushie, and she's like, "Oh, cool, that's great." And then she walked off and said, "Thank you." And
so
it's very interesting.
They're on the list of people soon to be on Kiara's stock list.
So
I think when we're eating lunch and there are like a random old dude sitting behind the table of us, and then he saw the crony cosplay, right? And then he just asked him like, okay, so what are you guys dressing up as? What are those orange people? Like, because, he speaks in German, but I kind of get it. And then the crony just starts to explain, okay, we're Hololive fans and we do cosplay and we just do the like a cheers for them. And I said, oh, I see.
There was like one thing when we had the meetup in the park, where we met up, there was a table that had like middle-aged like local men, I believe like playing a card game or dominoes or something on it. That went from having a nice Sunday afternoon to now being stranded in the middle of hundreds and hundreds of idol fans, and they just acted like we were not there. They just continued doing what they were doing as if this was the most normal thing that has ever happened to them.
It's LA.
Yeah, they were like, all right, yeah, they just kept doing the thing.
As far as we know, we didn't have knives to stab them, and that's all they cared about.
But yeah, there are levels to explaining VTubers in general, not just Kiara and like idol chains and things like that, but VTubers in general. It depends on like technological skill and age and things like that. You have to start with like, do you know what a streamer is? And if they don't know that, you have to explain, oh, do you know what a video game is? You have to go back and forth.
You have to say digital puppet, and they're really like, what?
Digital puppet.
That after the concert, like a bunch of us went into like In-N-Out, and so they were like, the In-N-Out was like 50% like Hololive fans, like and stuff, and we're in line, and I was like, imagine just coming here for like dinner, and like you see all this, and you're like, what? And like 10 seconds after I said that, a guy comes in, and he's like, what's going on here? And he was like, well, like, what are you guys all doing like here together? Like, was this something? And I was like, oh yeah. I was like, we came from like a concert, and he was like, what kind of concert? And I was like, do you know what a VTuber is? And he was like, no. And then I was like, okay, so there's this company called Hololive, and he was like, oh, the Shark Girl. And I was like, yeah, her, and like the people she works with just had a concert together here. And he was like, wow, she does music? Like, I thought I just seen pictures of her and stuff. And like, I had to explain to him what a VTuber was, like in line at In-N-Out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, after the concert, we got out at 6 a.m. here in Dusseldorf. So, normal waking hours, the sun is up. And we were all dripped out in, concert wear and KFP uniforms and Hololive merch. We're coming out, rubbing our eyes after a tired concert that started at 4 a.m. Go out and see normal people going to work at 6 a.m. in business suits and classic T-shirts and like, oh, right.
That's a fun in line. We joked about how we were getting into the theater with the sun up, and we knew we'd be leaving it with the sun down, and we were like, oh yeah. And over at Dokumi, they're going into the theater with the sun down, and they're coming out with the sun up.
Yeah.
So we traded the sun across continents while we were in the middle of the show.
Truly connecting the world.
Yeah.
Truly. I want to ask, like, was the theater in Dokumi? I'm sorry, not Dokumi. Dusseldorf that you guys did it in. Was that close to like Little Tokyo area or like more downtown?
It was right next to HBF, the train station in the center of the city. If you
And
remember that location.
Yes, I do. So then it wouldn't have been so strange for you all to walk out because it's close to Little Tokyo, right?
It is like a 5 minute, less than 5 minute walk to the Imamastrasse, the Japan.
Yeah.
Street.
5 minute walk. It's right after Dokumi, so we would be considered pretty normal. The only difference is we're there at 6 a.m., which is an unusual time to see weebs out and about.
Unusual time, but people have been lining up. Like the lineup for AX started at 2 or 3 a.m.
Oh God!
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Dom. Thank you so much for scouting this place. Thanks to your hard work, that we were able to get 70 plus people into one place.
I have no idea how
At
Dom.
4 in the morning.
I have no idea how Dom works. I feel like Dom, like, I'll be like, Kiara will be like, I'm in Antarctica for the next show somehow. I'm playing to some research scientists, and Dom will be like, I'll get back to you in a few days, and I'll be like, I chartered a vessel. It's normally a cargo ship, but it's insulated, so we can get some chickens down there.
We need to set bedtime for him so he gets enough sleep.
Please sleep.
And how funny is when I traveling back home, the entire train full of people with business dress, normal dress, and I'm sitting here with a bag of the tote bag. Shout out to Ili-chan, orange hoodies, and then all the businessmen just look at me and say, "What are you like?" What are you doing?
With traveling home, I had the people were like, so I go through like TSA, you know, and when I get to the metal detector guy, he like metal detects me, and then he's like, "You're KFP," and I was like, "Oh yeah," and he was like, "I'm a Takanashi," and I was like, "Oh hey," and he was like, "Let's go," and you know, then like I moved on with the rest of the line, and then I get in my plane. And I sit down in my seat, and then the two guys in front of me turn around and they're like, "Are you Lunchbox?"
Oh
and I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're Lunchbox, like from KFP." And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Wow, like Lunchbox on the plane with us." And I was like, "What?" Like, it was such a weird experience. I had so many people come up and be like, "Are you Lunchbox?" And I was like, "Who? Like, who are you? Like, what is happening?" Like, it was so weird.
Yeah, you're going through what I
You
went
have
through.
made yourself into a mascot.
Yeah, like I said, like I said earlier, like my friend like sending me a picture and being like, "Hey, look, it's you." Like I was like, "Huh? Like what is happening? Like this is so bizarre." Like
you're just extremely recognizable, and it's undoubtable when you see yourself.
And I got
there's
like
no second guessing it.
Over the past like 2 days, I've got like 45 more followers on Twitter, and it's like I didn't even tweet anything this weekend. Like, what is happening? Like, I don't even know what. Like, it's so weird that I'm just kind of like wandering around. I'm not even doing anything.
You just woke up.
Yeah,
I had similar things at Dokumi because I wear my Pomu bow and chicken suit on Saturday, right? And that's my standard con gear. Yeah. And I had 3 people stop me first just to say, "Oh, I like your Pomu headband," and then look down, see the KP merch, and go, "Oh, Misfits." I'm like,
Misfits.
Yeah,
I had a dream last night that my neighbor's daughter was wearing your con getup, and it was so weird. It was so weird, like the chicken suit with the Pomu bow on her head. I don't know why. It was like it was like a surreal dream where my neighbor's like 6-year-old daughter was dressed in your like getup, and I was like, "What? Like, what is happening?" Yeah, it was such a weird dream.
I think there's a lady stopped Misfits by when we were leaving and asked him to take a picture with you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a tall weirdo in a bow and KFP apron.
Yep.
It's very recognizable. Weird.
What was I gonna say? What was the one? There was one thing that was during the meetup that it's escaping me. Like during the not the meetup, the like where Yago was, but it'll come back to me shortly, I'm sure.
Takeover.
Yeah, takeover.
I'm disappointed at myself because I saw Elsie Lappin when I was in the line to go see Yako, and I did not. I forgot to go and
he's cool.
pick him out and
say
hi to him.
Oh, it was so funny media because I'm like, oh look, it's a deadbeat.
Yeah,
Turns around and I see the Shy Guy mask.
Like,
I'm,
oh
like,
wow,
I'm like, holy shit, LC Le Pen.
a deadbeat with a Shy Guy mask. I wonder who that could be. Like,
oh, it was so funny.
oh no.
He's also another person, recognizable person. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
that's you.
Well, it's funny because we see him without the mask first, and then he turns around and he was wearing the mask on the back of his head, and it was like, oh, there he is. You know, like.
I would say, like to kind of go over meeting the other fans, and the perfect time was before the at the meetup before, because if you could see that image, you could kind of tell everybody is like like kind of cliquish almost, where it's like, oh, over there are the tacos, and they're like poor people.
It's very much color coded when you look at it from an aerial view.
So what the other things that
like for the park? For the park?
Yeah, for the park.
Yeah.
Because a few things happened really. So one of the reason that everybody was kind of grouped together is, as you noticed, every fandom kind of coordinated getting a happy. So like some people like signed up to get
copying our gimmick.
I think one of them, like it started with KFP. Then I think because Ninja Star was a part of it, or Vrontis or something like that. Just somebody who was also kind of like KFP. Iris got one, and it just kind of spread like wildfire from there. And the artists that made them all grouped together and were like, all right, we're going to coordinate this.
All right, so I don't know if it was Rontis, if it was Ninja or whatever, but from my point of view, that was also Jinro.
Jinro too. So he
that was Jinro. He had his fingers in the pot of about 6 or 7 different fandoms. The Bays, the Brats, the Cronies, Fauna, Mume, and whatnot. He helped set that up, and to a degree, I don't know how much, the artists which we used also helped out and did that for the other respective fandoms.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I saw Jinro relax the entire weekend. Every time I saw him, he was going from A to B, talking to someone about something that needed to be done.
Yeah. That's his experience. He's all over the place.
And so like one of the best things that you go around and you like, because like, one of the things that happened was like you go and you talk to some of these other like people, because we had a button exchange too. So the gacha buttons that we got.
The trading area.
There was a trading area, so that was kind of like the centerpiece to go meet all the others. Like I have 3 Inas. I need 2 more Kiaras or something like that.
Yeah. Sora had a wonderful experience with his. Yeah.
So I wanted to just get a button, and then I'm sure I would be able to get a Kiara. So I was waiting for a while, and I finally managed to get one from Beats, and I pulled it out, and it was an Ina, and I had no idea what the state of the buttons were at that time.
Ina was the rare one, like in terms of slot. So I was kind of helping out with like the middle area. Like it was funny, like I was the KFP with the apron on, so I looked like the shopkeeper. I was walking around. I came across Moondog, and he was like at a table, being like, "All right, like organizing like the grand bazaar of like people trading back and forth, like a Wall Street kind of situation."
But like when I pulled
Can I get a Kiara? Can I get an Ina?
Yeah.
When I pulled out that button, I was like, oh, Ina. And then literally 2 seconds later.
Yeah, it was literally not even like 5, like the guy who, like a guy had to be like within like 5 meters, like not even 5 meters, within like 2 meters of Sora opening it. The guy took like 2 steps. Sora says like, oh, it's Ina. The guy stops and turns and Sora probably. Yeah, Sora was probably holding the Ina badge for less than 30 seconds, like after he opened it. Like it was such a fast thing of him being like, oh, it's Ina, guy being like, you want to trade that for Kiara? Sure, and then they traded it. Like it was immediate.
KFP might be hardcore, but tacos are very intense.
Yeah, there were a lot of tacos, and I would notice from the crowd also had a lot of purple in it during a lot of the like penlight times.
There's certain fandoms that I found gravitate towards certain things a little bit more. Like the Deadbeats is obviously music and whatnot, but tacos, they're one of the ones that go hard on merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's something. Yeah,
Tacos went hard. And I met a few that is just like, you know, some names, recognizable names from Tacos, but the Deadbeats also went pretty hard too. Like they're all like dressed up like they went to like, you know, a Party City or Spirit Halloween and actually got themselves like skeleton masks with like pink bandanas.
yeah, that was great. The people like seeing the guys going around with the skeleton masks. That was wonderful.
I think we can pull this back to the concert for a bit. Just in person, how was it seeing the audience react to songs, like on a per fan base level, or just like what songs were good? Because from a screen standpoint, we got a lot of shots of the audience as we got shots pulled away from the performers, and we didn't get to see much of the performances, to be honest. That's one thing I have to say was a negative.
The cameraman was crazy. Like, chill.
Having Bay be very early was very, very good. Because Psycho was very like high energy.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like if I had one set list complaint, it was I think Gura Fauna back to back was a bit too like mellow for that segment, because it was only like a third of the way through the concert, and both of those songs were kind of like lower in their like tone and like power. So it was like, okay, this is still kind of the part where you want it to be more hyped. Like we're not ready for a cooldown yet. So those two there, like pretty much right after Bay and Ame, it was like, oh, a huge jump, and then we cooled down, and then we moved into the rest of the like the show, where it was like that was a like bit of a drop for a second. That just felt a bit odd to me.
From the theater standpoint, the most hype, at least for us, at least in my opinion, was Psycho. Right out of the gate was absolutely stunning. Wanting Wasting from Cali was like god tier hype, and the audience shots were amazing, to be honest. Like
that has a very good like call and response to it, to where I've not heard that song, but very quickly I was able to get the call and response to it.
Yeah. And the third one was, of course, Sparks, which we like. The audience, as someone said in the chat, was muted like for all of the songs except for like some key moments, but you could still hear the chat screaming the Sparks lyrics.
An amazing thing with Sparks is that the Sparks chorus, the background to Sparks is just the lyrics to the chorus up on the screen. So everyone was singing it. Like literally every single person like in the entire hall just had the lyrics, so everyone was singing along to it.
You gotta be able to trust Kiara to make a great performance.
And when Kiara does her thing of where like with like stage presence, I think Ame has the best stage choreo.
Yes, Ame was adorable.
Very like there is a very old Bad Religion concert clip from like 1981, where the singer does like a very wide kind of like walk across the thing, and it became kind of like a thing of like punk and adjacent music, where it's like it's kind of like a skanking where you take a very long step, and like it's like you just kind of take like wide rhythmic steps across the stage. And then Ame was doing that to where it's like, oh yeah, you carry your energy in across the whole stage, and it's like, yeah, that's great. Because most of the other girls, when they do choreo, they'll like Kiara's choreo is very like fixed in place. Like she stands in the middle, she does all her choreo, but the second there's not choreo, Kiara just starts sprinting left and right across the stage.
I love Kiara.
And she starts like running left and right, like bringing your arms up, like getting people to cheer. where, like I was saying, yeah, Ame's is like her dance incorporates the fact that she has a whole stage, and I think it's because a lot of Kiara's choreos are also they're made for like maybe music videos in mind, or that kind of like like a front on camera, and I'll get to the front on camera later. But Ame's Ame's Chikutaku seems to specifically be made for the knowledge that this will be performed on a big stage in front of an audience. So she makes a big use of the fact that she has about a good 20 meters to run back and forth with in the dancing.
I loved it.
So
I
want
to say one thing in just that to just cover everything is that generally the crowd hype and performance, like I think the lowest it got was maybe Gura, just because it was a new song.
Yeah, it was a new song, so no one knew what to do, and it was also just more of a chillish. Like it wasn't like the most. It was more like it was kind of like a city pop like kind of thing. So it wasn't the most like hype song. And yeah, like the Gura Fauna era was when the crowd kind of chilled down a bit, which like I said, setlist like direction I think is a bit too early for that. That should have been pushed a little later wise. But the one thing, flabbergasted. I was about to fight a man in the theater to get kicked out. The guy sitting next to me, Chikutaku ends. Guy next to me, I just hear him say, "What a Pomu ripoff," and I was like, "What? What does that even mean?" And I was like, what? And I was like, do I have to fight this guy on behalf of Ame's name in the middle of the concert?
What on earth?
It's a rare thing for Lunchbox to say.
Yeah, Ame?
Yeah, like it's
fighting
like, well,
like
I have to stand up. I'll do what the teammates can't. I'll end a man's life live in the concert.
Okay, let's not go that far.
We don't know who that guy. He's not listening. He wasn't cheering for Kiara. He's not listening. What's he gonna do?
That was a directable threat. We have to shut the stream down and mute that part in the VOD.
Oh, no.
I'm not affiliated with Cover. This is not Yago approved.
Yago never approved this. We swear.
No, to be fair, I could see Kiara saying the same thing. So
yeah. How down to pay so much to go to like that, and then we're like, kind of made it.
That's so many. So like my seating, it was me, Sky, and then like a chum bud next to Sky, and we were all into it. The guy, like the two guys to my left, and everyone in front of us were seeing this like it was like a Sunday afternoon movie. Like they were just like sitting in their seat, like yeah, all right. There was a human behind us, that like I wasn't sure if he was okay, because whenever Mume came on, he wouldn't like scream, like he wouldn't like shout for Mume. He would scream like he just got like shot. Like it was like if you heard this when you were going about your day-to-day life, you would call the ambulance because you would be concerned. The shrill like horror in his voice whenever Mume came out was astonishing.
That sounds like human, yeah.
In my case, I was all by myself as a KFP, but I did have the greatest guy right next to me who was a human, who when the concert started, he came up to me and he was like, "Oh, your Sora's Keyblade, right?" And I didn't know how to respond to that. And
at this point, I think Kiara sharing the files. Like, these are the people, you follow them, you talk to them, they're nice.
So I was freaking out, like, how the hell does this guy know my name? And he's just like, "Oh, I sold you the ticket, remember?" I'm like, shit.
Oh.
And but me and that guy, we bonded really hard. I followed him afterwards. He followed me. His name is Hotate. The two of us were just generating some just great Holotori energy. Especially like when Mume came on with her solo, like, oh man, she fucking nailed Palette.
Oh my god, that was great.
Yep.
I gave that human a pat on the back because that was an absolutely stellar performance.
When Ghost came on as well, oh my god.
Ina, I think
Ina killed it.
Like
Or
a
Ina,
long while back, right? Kiara was talking about how proud of Ina she was. Like,
yeah.
And I'm starting to think like it was during that time, like, you know, all the practicing was happening, because I understand now. Like, that was phenomenal.
I had a weird experience with that, which I'm sure if any, well, obviously probably any Hololive fans hear the following, they'll be flabbergasted and shocked, and I'll be shamed. I forgot Ghost's Tuesday song, because I listened to Ophi's cover of it so much that I was like, that when Ina started it, I was like, what? Ina singing Ophi's song? And I was like, wait a minute. Ghost isn't by Ophi. I was like, Ghost is a Tuesday song. Like, yeah.
It's not a Tuesday song. It's a Holocure song.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's not a Holocure.
Oh my god, Holocure in concert?
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe they made a concert for all of my favorite Holocure characters live on stage.
Holocure has VTubers?
Blue pointed it out, and I really want to hear this myself. I want to hear this famous guy that was shouting out, "I love you, Ina!" I need to hear it, because I've seen it mentioned so many times. I need to know what this guy, what it sounded like.
Oh, is this like on the stream?
Yeah,
it's very
audible on stream.
It's super audible.
Yeah, and Risu got one too.
It's like everyone went silence, and then out of nowhere said, "I love you."
That must have been near the mic.
Close to the mic.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it in the venue at all.
It was the equivalent, I assume, of Misfits.
Misfits.
The fucking usual.
I was telling people that story about how, like, I was talking to Ninja, because Ninja was talking about someone, I think it was Ninja, asked him about, like, Iris at Dokumi, like, didn't someone throw something on stage? And we were like, yeah, someone threw a banana on stage during Iris at Dokumi, and then Pudding yelled, like, "Iris, you're my wife," or something. And I was like, yeah, and it clearly gets picked up on the mic in the Iris Dokumi thing, is Pudding yelling that. And then I was like, yeah, and then in the Kiara one, Misfits was like right next to the microphone. So when you get to the Hinatori guitar solo, Misfits just starts screaming the Diamond City Lights chant, and it like drowns out everything because he is right next to the microphone.
The Kahan sound roots, yeah.
That's amazing. I was like,
it fits up to the clap of the mix. It fits perfectly.
During the practice, we were like saying like what, and I was like, yeah, if you do it up until like the clap Waipa, right after the Waipa, Kiara's like lyrics come back in, so you can time it perfectly. We did it at Anime Boston when we were sitting in line and just playing the music. I like yelled the Pomotori thing during the Pomotori thing. I guess I just made it that now because it was during a Heart Challenger.
Well, there is a Pomo did write a new chant.
Pomo did write one specifically for Hinatori, yeah. But no one has learned that yet, as far as I'm sure, as far as I know, except Pomo, yeah. But yeah, it's a fun, weird thing to where it fits kind of perfectly into Hinatori. Because I'm now, I don't know if Kiara meant to do this.
No, she did. I'm almost certain she did because she knows idol songs.
Yeah, I was going to say
perfect length for one of those idol chants.
It is. Hinatori feels like mathematically calculated to train people on how to chant to an idol song.
Yep.
Yeah,
100% agree.
Yeah, we used it like we said earlier. We used it as like here is how to chant. And it's like Pomotori. I keep calling Hinatori Pomotori. Hinatori starts and it's
the brain
like
rot is real.
Here's where you wait, and then at the end of the beats you go like oi, like kind of thing.
It was literally taking you through different chants step by step, and the guys who were like showing us how to do it in the park they just let the song play, and people just went with it because like it's such an easy song to like vibe with, and then just follow along. It's a great training song to learn idol chants.
Yeah, it's like
actually, it would be great to make like a tutorial of how to chant for like idol music with that song. So people like in general, so we share it with Hololive. People want hear get a song, also learn how to chant.
Yeah, that's what here's how, like idol chanting 101, and I guess we'll use one of Kiara's songs. You know,
Okay.
I mean, there's a Kiara.
yeah, there is the Kiara
There's
video,
AER
Yeah.
ones.
which that's what we
I'm
used
crossing
to
my
at
fingers
Boston.
that she makes more AGR videos for all of her next album.
She was about.
Yeah.
She was going to recently, but not AER, but like with her MMD.
Her MMD.
Yeah.
But
Fingers crossed.
and so in
So
terms back to the
Okay.
concert. So these images are basically what it looked like. You know, you had the center stage with the in the middle with the static camera, and then you would have two screens on the side, which I am assuming is what you guys saw on the stream most of the time.
it was not. I
Oh,
can
so it was
confirm because
different.
when we
Not
got
sure.
large audience shots that showed the screens and they were showing the talents on the screens.
So you-
yeah, I think you guys got what we saw talent-wise. What you guys saw talent-wise, I assume we were also seeing, but we were also getting extra talent shots on the
Yes.
side screens
Because
when
yes.
you guys were getting camera shots.
There were several shots where it was either panning to the audience or panning to the YouTube logo.
Those are wonderful.
Audience
The-
shots.
And so at the beginning,
Pat,
go ahead.
Pat and I had done a comparison on it while we were having dinner last night about during for Kiara's portion of Sparks, and like you could see like how many audience cuts and like every couple of seconds were added in that really could have been spared.
It took away from the fluidity of Kiara's motions, singing, dancing. There was like so many cuts back and forth between her performance and the audience. So it was very different. Very different.
I said how now all things between me and Yago are good because of Halatori, but it shattered not but a few hours later because now I got to go meet Yago again to tell him to release the standard shot of nonfiction for the people at home.
Yep.
Nonfiction is
Phenomenal.
the greatest thing I've ever seen.
They crushed it.
Nonfiction at home, I watched the nonfiction music video. I'm like, pretty good, I guess. You know, myth song, all right. And then I see it live. Nonfiction's choreo is incredible because it is not like idol choreo. It is like this weird, like interpretive dance ballet that is entirely based on like symmetry.
Like who's singing? Like who's singing at the time?
Yeah, like the girls will stand in line and then like they'll like pass their body movements to who goes next, and then they will like smoothly transition into the middle with whoever was swapping out of the middle. And it, like I said, it's like the closest thing you can describe it is as a ballet, which is made to be seen theatrically in a seat. So when you like the entire choreo of nonfiction is based around the fact that you are viewing it directly head on, and what is left? Yeah.
It's very idol-esque. I'm used to it because of K-pop and a little bit of like J-pop. It's when it's choreographed and the song is like made to go with the choreograph. And each singer has their own section and their own time to dance and do their own flourishes and movements. So that whole performance with this song, singing and the dancing, that's all one thing. That is the song.
Yeah, that's
exactly. Whereas the other things is like the other songs. They were written as songs without the choreographed dance built in to go along with it.
That's why I keep
that's
saying
what you're feeling.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying it's like a theater performance. Like
Chad is talking about it, but from the screen view, we barely got to see that dance.
Yeah,
Like
It's
we got
like-
zoom in on some talents. We
That's a
got
like-
one on
climb.
the audience.
It's like the dance is about to go hype, and then it switch to the audience, and then I
Yep.
can feel the camera be like, "Oh shit, there's that not much to see. Okay, let's switch back to the talents."
Yeah,
And then
it was
the dance is
honestly
just
infuriating.
gone.
yeah, it's
And I was like, "Why?"
yeah, because so much like seeing the side cameras, it's like, oh no, you're doing it wrong because it's not symmetrical. Like I said, so much of the thing is that they are expecting you to view this dead on, and the choreo is set to that, so the symmetry is part of the choreo. But when the camera is at like a 45-degree angle, you lose that symmetry, and it's
I
completely
wish we got
not
that
there.
angle.
Yeah. And then I heard everyone say, and I heard Callie was apparently complaining about it. Yeah, Kiara has like this whole solo in the middle of it, where it's like when it's an instrumental part, they transition her to the middle, and she does like a whole thing just by herself, and the other girls are basically just looking at her, of her doing like a whole solo breakdown, and that was apparently not in the stream at all.
Nope.
Here's a
I think
picture
what
of
we
it.
see is, I think what we see is the close up of Kiara, and that's it.
So
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
the nonfiction right here, and this is during that moment where Kiara was doing her solo dance, where they're all like surrounding her as she's doing a dance, and it has like actually almost like, you know, flames and feathers in the background
Yeah.
too as
Uh-huh.
as it's happening.
This is not what we see. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
what we saw.
That's so sad.
The-
That's
We missed that.
really- I hope
That's
they-
what
they
it's
sell
like.
the DVD because they're gonna do it.
It's like, yeah, they have to have that as like a special feature or something, and it is like
Better.
Like
So
I-
this
Have
is like
they ever
the-
had? a-
No,
Like,
because we say this every concert. Is we say the camera was weird. The people who were at the show says, "Oh no, the main camera was amazing," and then we say they should release the main camera as a special feature, and then we repeat
They
that
never
again
do.
a couple months later.
Okay, I'm going to send a link in the chat. Maybe it'll allow me to send that link, but we can link the response form. Cover sends out
wonderful.
a Google Doc response form.
Yeah, I was waiting
Yes.
for that.
I can't
If-
post a link, but
Okay,
so
one of the
if-
mods can.
I'm
You-
preparing my essay for this
put
Yeah.
camera stuff.
just DM it or put it on there and like
I'll repost it in the chat.
Yeah,
There it is
like
again, so
one
you
of
can
them-
put it in.
quick.
one of the mods.
I would
post-
like everyone in every fandom to fill out this form and complain that the camera work was garbage. At
Well,
least
that's
part of it.
Exactly.
So
I-
It's
how?
like-
I
it's
want to
like
play
from-
devil's advocate just for a second on this one because I'm thinking about why would it be like this, and I was thinking just how a Western camera crew would be treating a normal concert, and I think what they see a huge crowd that has
Yes.
tons of huge lights, and they think, okay, this is a unique aspect of this type of concert. We need to highlight that.
Well,
But
I agree
the
with
problem was
this
that they just did
100%.
too much.
the thing
And
with
Yeah,
this
they
is-
didn't
the
know that it was
switching-
too much.
The switching is too much. I understand that like pen light is special to them, but it's like I'm here to watch them performing.
Well,
So-
It's,
So, like,
it's like
I
you went
think
to a
it's like-
sports game.
It's like 5 minutes of talent, and then they switch for 2 seconds, and then they switch it back for 5 seconds, and then keep switching back.
I think,
And when I was looking, it's like that's too much.
yeah, when I think like they should have like done the shots like at the beginning where like they show the audience being like excited for it to start, so it doesn't interrupt. And when there's like an emotional moment, and like in the last concert there was somebody like in
with the
front,
hat
crying,
and stuff like
yeah,
that.
with the hat, and they had that shot that was amazing. Everyone's like, "Oh my god!" It's like that guy, like that's the
Yeah,
representation.
Like
of
it-
the guy
those are
doing
moments are great.
something like that.
It-
Yeah,
it-
but
There
like,
were a few in
more
this concert,
we
too.
understand that in the camera.
Like
We're
like
well,
the Bales cosplayer.
yeah, like the Bell concept, or like they have like the red dogs, like
Yeah, the bread dogs.
Yeah.
yeah, which is cute, but also like at some part we're like, okay, we get it. Like
Oh,
show me the
One
dialogue.
one thing I did love is I can't remember what they were dressed as. In my brain, it's a Gura cosplay, but I can't. I think that might just be because of what happened. But there was a girl who, when the camera panned to her, she held up a crony donkey.
Crony's
But
feet?
she held it up
Yeah.
upside down at first,
Yeah.
so it was only the feet, and she was like, "Oh no!" and then flipped it. Yeah.
Crowd still went wild.
Yeah, people around me were chanting like for free, like and like, but so the way that normally this works is like you as a camera guy, don't know if your thing is on the screen or not. Like you are just like assigned like film like this stuff. So yeah, like you are like camera guy number 5. You are assigned crowd shots. And then back in the booth, there is the camera director who is looking at all of the things and is like, all right, cut to camera C, that's a good crowd shot. Cut to camera like E, that's an interesting crowd shot and stuff like that. So there needs to be cover needs a specific, I assume that this has been baked in for a few months. I assume that they have had these like motion capture data for enough time to have a cinematographer specifically look at and know these moments are vital, and have the cinematographer work with the on-scene, like cover cinematographer needs to work with the YouTube theater camera director and say these specific timestamps and moments, it is vital that you cut to camera A, which is the stage camera for these specific moments. And they never seem to do that during any of the concerts, because there are always moments that we are told are like, oh, the at-home audience missed this? How's that possible?
This is how, like, that it's very new to the West.
Yeah.
Because
it's not
you
just
have
the
the
West.
experience. You have the experience with the camera crew and the cutting and the editing and the person behind that, like, showing, like, deciding what shots to show. Like, the cameras and the way that they do things in Japan and in Korea is so much different to what is the norm here in the States, and I'm sure in like other Western countries, where like they'll have like long panning sweeping shots or like fan service shots and whatnot like that. They're more in tune with what is happening on the screen with the music and how to augment that with the crowd, whereas I feel like they just cut back and forth so much because they thought that it was an interesting perspective, but it wasn't an interesting perspective for us. It was more for them.
I mean,
That's what I feel.
There's been like Miku concerts for like a long time, and it's not like used in Japan, also in LA, and they have like good, like from what I see, like Miku in LA, like that's cool. But like I've seen like good like camera shots of this. Maybe they had their own directors, which like know like to work better with that. Like there was like I like the concert. I really like everything, but like the shots at the beginning, especially when Bae was like dancing, and I was like, what's happening?
Like when Bae was dancing,
it was all over the place. It looked like.
Yeah, like it's not just to have like a close up to the audience. It's a close up to nothing, or like a very like blur of blob of I don't know what they are doing. Like it feels like it just like there are moments that they don't know what they should catch on screen, and they just quickly switch back.
It's like it feels like it's like imagine if you were watching a sports game and in the middle of a play they just like cut to like a guy in the audience being like, get the ball, and you're like, no, don't show me that guy, like I want to see the play, like,
and then just switch back and say, oh yeah, that was a bit disappointment. It's in the free session, so guys you can check it out.
I guess we can.
Yeah, like I felt like, for example, if I were to be like, I like all the girls, but if I were to be like a hardcore brat, I'd be like, damn, like I really wanted to see.
Yeah, that's what that's why I'm so like to me, like choreo highlight, like the best Kiara choreo is I think the part in nonfiction. Like that was like the most impressive Kiara dance of the show, and you guys didn't see it.
I hope they may have a Blu-ray release. I hope they include it. But it's kind of like a bummer for me. It's like I already paid a ticket for the stream.
Yeah. So
you have an ass camera, and then I need to buy an extra Blu-ray.
Yeah. So
see what you guys see. I was like,
I'd say, as someone who is not affiliated with Cover Corporation and therefore does not have an NDA, everyone around me, there was a guy in front of me with like a 2004 looking like Sony digital camera. Like, and it's like, who's using that in the 2020s?
Somebody was using a 3DS.
Yeah, guy was filming with a 3DS. And it's like, so yeah, as someone who does not work for Cover Corporation, and therefore I don't think I can be sued by Cover Corporation, it behooves you to go out and find illegal copies of Kiara's dance. So that you can
that's
be
just
like,
Lunchbox. I didn't say.
That's just Lunchbox here.
Yeah,
Lunchbox
so,
TM.
We do not. We do not.
with Lunchbox.
KFP Podcast is not affiliated with Lunchbox.
We want Yago to see. We want a guy to come rushing down and kick open the door and be like, Mr. Yago, the illegal sales of Kiara's dance for nonfiction are going through the roof. They're crashing servers. People want to see the dance. We've got to release it officially. We're losing out so much money on this.
Why don't they know how you look? They're gonna get you.
I know how Yago looks. I saw him yesterday.
And like, I still want to play some more devil's advocate. Is like, I keep saying this, is in terms of the entertainment industry, Cover is still basically a fetus in terms of
it's still very small.
Yeah, like
It's so
from
big.
our perspective, it's very easy to think, well, like Pekra is like the third biggest female streamer in the world, and there's all of this merch and stuff, and all of the presence that they have in Japan. Like they're still a 5-6 year old company, at least in terms of the idol industry. They did a little bit more with actual game development and stuff like that, but they're still making things work. They're hiring people. Their talent pool is not as big as it could be when it comes to the background staff. And like, if you were to compare like Universal, getting the Universal deal with Cali is extremely huge, and I can't imagine that they have a whole lot of bargaining power just because of how small that they are in comparison. So
that's why I think it's
at the same time, in VTuber view, they are not small. So I have a complicated feeling is that in general entertainment, they are small.
But we still have to show
big.
that VTubing is something that's going to stay.
And I definitely think we did that because that theater was full, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much, there were no empty seats near me from it.
Yeah, and were there merch booths outside? I don't know if
I didn't see any. No.
Oh no. At the
I'm pretty sure it was.
I think it's in the AX, right?
AX.
The concert venue just had the concert venue stores, so places you can buy drinks.
Yeah, so it's
places
food
that you can go to
trucks.
and some food trucks outside. That was it. There was no official like merchandise selling that I could see. And
their official thing was at AX at a Bushy Road booth.
Yeah.
Oh, and Height as well. HY.
Was there?
Yeah, it was a Height booth.
Yeah. I do have to say, the movement at least of the three malls was like very smooth. I like it. In the 4Fest, there was some clunky moments. I think this time they like it shows that they have a new studio because I think it I think it looked better in my opinion.
The key shot I remember is Fauna's doing the finger motions.
The fingers.
I fucking love the wiggly fingers.
So you can tell they used the new studio when they went and traveled, like back at the beginning of the year, like when all the new studios.
Oh, it wasn't live? What?
What? My immersion.
What? My immersion. No.
You could like I'll get to the funny part about that one with the intermissions. But like the finger stuff, but the funniest thing is like the models though sometimes were like all over the place. Like Kiara still having the 1.0 model.
That's Kiara's it's so weird that it's like we had like pre-buff Kiara. And post buff is still debatable if buff is.
Some people were saying it was a mix. Like one way you can tell that the 2.0
her skirt curved in the newer models, and it looks curved there, but it also doesn't. But it looks much thinner than what it's supposed to be. Like her thighs look smaller.
It's like a 1.5 because her shoes are also another way you can tell. Like they changed her shoes from 1 to 2. Like nobody really pointed that out. Like
if you look at the picture she posted on Twitter of like when she hugged Callie in the theater, I was like, that's wrong. Like I was like, y'all go. Like what have you done? Like here, if you want to throw that up in OBS.
Yep.
Like it's like
both
back.
of them as a comparison.
Like if you wanna.
Yeah, that one is bad.
Yeah, it's like Yago. I want a refund. I can't. I spend money for this concert, and this is what you give me.
Lunchbox just thanked him.
Yeah, I just thanked
that
you.
up on screen.
My mind was thinking, Batoko.
Yeah, it's like this is just unacceptable. Like this isn't even like a it's like this is just like this isn't like come on, Kiara needs to be thick kind of thing. It's like, oh no, this is just a bizarre. Like it's like if Callie came out and she had like a third eye. It's like no, you modeled it incorrectly. Like something went wrong in the process here.
The body model is weird. I like
also
how
the
it looks
skirt.
front-wise, but
Yeah, I think just the skirt just looks so weird. If you wear a skirt, it won't be like
yeah,
that,
that's the thing is
short.
The way that Kiara has a skin tight skirt on, and normally. Yeah, normally a skirt like follows the forms of your body, but for some reason Kiara's doesn't. Kiara's is like a rigid. It's made out of like PVC. And she just kind of like slides it on. Yeah. It's the plant pot.
I think it's too short to give it the collision they want.
Yeah,
that's why
it is too short to like hug her body. But at the same time, it has to flow to be a skirt, and it's like. Don't even make it. Just paint it on at this point.
When is Pat still here? Or did he go?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you point out already, Pat? One of the things we noticed while comparing the two streams at the restaurant that the live stream had something that the live concert did not, which was shots of like a 3D AR view.
Oh, so
okay.
So it did have a little mix of that, like in Fourth Fest.
I think somebody. I was talking with this somebody. Was it or was it you or like somebody was? It was like in watching Fourth Fest. Like they're like on the stage.
Yeah, like you can see behind. Like where they're behind.
The technology was different. Yeah. The technology was different between here. And in Japan, where in Japan they were able to kind of project and show that they were in 3D to the live audience, whereas for us it was a flat image, like a regular TV or a projection or whatever.
Any shots you see like where it's like them on the stage, like in 3D with like you can kind of tell because as Pat pointed out, the lighting's different from the live concert, right? The lighting like on the stage is a little different, and that's just kind of an interesting thing that is one difference between like the live stream and the live concert.
There is something I noticed that was very funny. From me being up in the third row, I could see it really well. This is, I assume, also them used to performing with normal acts and not VTubers. Is whenever someone would have like a solo or like do a solo performance in the center of the stage, all of the stage lights would like convalesce onto where a human would be in front of a microphone at the front of the stage. But they're on a screen at the back of the stage, so all of the lights would just spotlight onto nothing whenever that was there. And I found that very funny whenever it would happen because it was like, oh, that's where we're supposed to imagine they're standing. And that got into the thing of like, is that planned? Of do they know that is there, or like is that just part of like it's a solo? Do what we normally do when there's a solo and put all the lights into center stage, and not accounting for the fact that there is actually no one standing on the stage.
I do hope like for next concert they like of course they're gonna learn because they don't have the experience like I said, Miku concert have been going for like more than 10 years I think. And they have like all the experience to work with like holograph and all stuff like that. And hopefully for the next concert, like it all, like especially if they do it in like America again or like in not Japan, they have like a better idea of how to.
Well, in the U.S. at least, I know there were concerts where the Miku concerts came through, and they were able to do on stage 3D just fine. So it's a matter of finding the right venue, I think, in that case.
Yeah, I think also like they bring all like their stuff, like the Miku concert, like they are like they have like all. That's why I think it's so expensive and whatever, like because they bring everything, and they have like everything, like they organize everything. So I think that's why it works. They have an idea how it works better. But like for cover, probably they have like they hire some people around, so that's why probably they have lighting correct and stuff like that. That's what they mind at least.
Was that they need to contract the right people to help them with that? I guess like the right skill
I think
set.
I had one, but let me. Huh?
One of the imperfection ones.
Out here defending Yago so he can hire me someday.
And then I think the next thing to transition to would just be
I
overall Kiara
I have mine,
performance,
so I think
just in
it's-
her representation that she got, which was excellent. for me.
Yes. So I'm going to just move this to the side.
They just made her the marketing department.
Yeah.
And she made herself the marketing department too.
It is the one
If
weird
you
thing.
don't make it, she will do it by herself.
The one.
I was literally going to say that she made herself the marketing department. So
Yeah.
The funny thing
Well,
with
we
it
know from
is like during the like her end speech thing where she like where like they were like, all right, it's time for actual important discussion, hand it to Kiara kind of thing. They were standing in I think debut order, which is weird because Kiara is on the far left of the stage then. So Kiara like is like there giving the big speech, but she's like really far on the left side. So it's like, oh, like wouldn't you want the person actually being like the MC to be in the center? But because they're in debut order, she's not. So it was just like a weird little like direction thing.
we never
Check the
noticed
video,
that
by the way.
on the stream, by the way.
So when we get there,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
just
what
got the
at
headshots
12, we
on the
can go up
stream.
to their room. I'll just give it to them. We can have a midnight.
like,
date
yeah,
at
the
the
center-
hearing school.
They were
Yeah.
very long, spaced out across the entire screen.
Yeah.
So I put the image of that and each one of them talking with Kiara on the screen.
We
Also-
basically saw what on the screen there
Yeah,
is
the
on
big,
the
Yeah.
stream.
big Kiara.
Yeah.
You saw the big
for-
one. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
for
We
us,
only saw the
one.
big one.
because it was the center, it's very weird because you're expecting like Iris kind of because Iris was kind of centered to like maybe be the MC, but she's not. It's Kiara who, like I said, is on the really far left. Also, that moment, what had that like whole thing had some fun. This isn't live, especially Ame, because I don't know how they wrote these, but Ame's the transition from
Yeah.
Ame to Gura was very funny because Gura was like
It was like a 2-sentence thing.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah,
And then,
I remember.
Ame,
So
I
funny.
hope I laugh so much
Yeah.
when they do this and the MC. It's like,
I'm assuming Ame like wrote hers as be like, oh, I'll do a silly thing to where like I don't notice that it's my time. So she's like, oh, it's me. I guess. Then she goes off on her speech. But that coming right after Gura is hilarious because it makes it
Yep.
seem like Ame expected Gura to say a lot more, and then she's
Yep.
just standing there and Gura doesn't say anything, and then Ame's like, oh, it's my time, I guess. And then they weren't together because Ame ends with her being like, and now it's the person standing next to me, and then it transitions to Iris.
It's like
And
they
it's like,
could have
yeah.
had like a little cue card that said, "Okay, Iris is going to be after you."
Yeah,
At least
like,
say
that's
her
what
name.
There's
But
a
they
time
didn't
where-
want if there was anything to go wrong, like if Iris had gotten sick,
Yeah,
she wouldn't have been
like-
able to do it.
Yeah.
May in her stream, May.
Oh, the snot.
oh, the snot one is just so hilarious.
I love that because you're like, oh my god, you're reading. You're
What
reading.
was it? I feel so alive.
That's so. Mume apparently claimed she was like, I was doing it for the bit, and it's like, Mume, if you were doing it for the bit, I don't think the other three were. They are also like, Mume is like awful at reading in it, but the other three are also not good in reading it.
You know how you know it's a script? Because Crony is acting like a normal person.
Yeah,
And you're
Yes.
like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, so this is a script.
The Crony Crony was so funny because she doesn't say anything for the first like 75% of it.
Mhm.
She's just standing there, and I was like, once it got like halfway through, I was like, at this point, you got to commit. I just do not have Crony say anything. It's weirder now. It's weirder now if she starts talking this late than if she just doesn't say anything at all and
I
she's
was
just
waiting
standing
for
there the
her.
whole time.
I'm so
Some of it might be because of what Mume had mentioned. One of the things she mentioned, if I remember right, was something like that the way she and some others had to do some of the MC segments was different from how some other people in the end got to do the MC segments.
Mm.
I assume what that means is Takamori was together, Bayerus was together, and then Ina and Ame were together, and Snot was not together.
It sounds like it.
Snot was very much like, yeah, it is me, Nanashe Mume, and I'm here with
wait, Crony.
Gura. Hi, Same Desu. Konfon. Like it was like that, and it was like oh, hold on, like this is very bizarre. Like,
And Crony be like, I'm so happy to be here, and it make me smile. I was like,
It's like you have the Crony having the toothpaste commercial voice.
Like
If
Crony like
is reading, she sounds like a normal person. She says like normal.
That's
lines, and then it's like she goes crazy when she.
I saw Crony, like I don't watch much Crony because she streams like pretty late at night for me. So there was a very long time where like the last thing I saw with Crony was like the Korean lesson, and then it wasn't until like really recently that I saw her again. So it was like a good like almost like a year of not seeing Crony. So I'm still used to early Crony to where she's kind of normal still. And then recently when it was the FX7 like thing that Kiara slept through. That I was like, did Crony get like lobotomized? She sounds like she got like hit in the head with a brick, like these days. To where it's like now Crony just sounds like she's like she doesn't know where she is, she's out of it, like, and it's
Crony.
like
That's Crony, yeah.
I am not entirely uncertain that entire thing was just actually Nero-sama just injected into each of their brains and
so
just told them what to say.
Yeah, it's because like the fact that Gura doesn't really say much there is also like Gura and Crony didn't say a lot. Like Mume says most of it, so it's funny that it's like they have 4 people here and they divided the lines like 80%, like 15%, 2.5% of the lines. So it's like a really weird thing because the other 3 were great. When real quick thing for at-home audience. When Bay and Iris did the thing, did you see that from a frontwards angle?
What the thing?
The thing where they like stacked up on each other?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so on our side cameras, we of course on the main camera saw that from a front angle, so it worked how they wanted it to. But this is a point where it was different for us on the side cameras. On our side cameras, it was sideways. So we weren't sure if you guys saw that sideways or not. Because we were like, if we are seeing what they are seeing, that's really weird for them to see that on that angle.
No, it was always a front side.
Okay, yeah. So
for the MC segments, it was always front facing.
Oh, that's okay. So like a fourth face, that's interesting because for us, we have the front facing on the main camera, but during the MC, the side cameras were still cutting around like normally, doing close-ups and stuff. So we have some close-ups that you guys don't have.
Oh.
Wow.
So hopefully they were all in Blu-ray.
Yeah, we'll figure out what's going on there.
Theme of the night. Go do that form.
Which reminds me, go to the Google Doc pinned in the comment section to
leave
ask
your
suggestions.
comments and opinions.
I don't think it'll do anything, but it makes you feel good.
I said something, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
I had strong words.
Most of the Dokumi crew, just said, "Hey, come to Europe, please," or like, "Come to other places. That'd be nice. Expand."
Well,
You
that's
know.
I was thinking.
It's okay if you're not going to Europe. Just like okay, language barrier, fine. Go to UK.
Well, that I was
Yeah.
thinking. I was laughing in the theater during the ID thing where they were like the ID tour, and it was like like Rene, Muna, Risu, Kobo, and I was thinking about like they're gonna do the hollow like EU Mediterranean cruise, and it's gonna be like the lineup. It's gonna be like Takanashi Kiara. Coming this summer, the Hololive, like it's just gonna be just her like, in the lineup. Oh yes, speaking of that, that's what I love my favorite group, iconic unit, Hope, all the Hope members. I love
my
them all.
God.
We got Iris, so many classic Hope members. I love them. They're the best.
I
Hope,
could
really
not believe that they did not
Synergy.
put Iris into the council song in Sana's position, and they just had Fauna sing Sana's lines, and I almost sobbed at that, to be honest.
They're
It's-
gonna try one more time with Project Despair, and if it doesn't work out, just fold her in.
Yeah, that Gurus was like, now it's the unit songs, Myth, Hope, and Council, and I was like, Hope? What do you mean Hope?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah, it's like
Hope's one person.
it gave me during that time. It made me realize like, oh yeah, it's not Council Risk isn't the actual official name.
Yeah. No.
And it was because for like the group songs, they just treat her like a member of council. She is standing there in like when it's the five of them, like where that's I really liked in the last performance they had like Myth each like singing things, and then council was doing like the backing vocals, and it was like, oh, that was a nice little fun like touch there of how they split that. But yeah, so when they had the Myth girls on the bottom floor with Kiara in the center, and then the Council Risk girls on the top floor with Mume in the center, is like it's like, yeah, that makes sense. You have 10 of them. Iris has always been really close. Like, Hope is not a thing. Like, it's fake. It's from
There's
all.
no hope in the world.
The only people that know that Hope exists is this is Hope with a capital H. Let me run this back. Project Hope is not a thing. It's fake. The only people that know about Project Hope in the world are the cover marketing department and whoever specifically works with the licensing of Iris's music. However that works. And, not even the aristocrats. As far as the fans and also the girls are concerned, Iris is just the 6th council member.
Yeah.
Like,
I got a question. Sorry, go ahead. And then
I was gonna say, like, she has always just been basically just the 6th council member. She's so close to council. She does things with council all the time. That it's weird that that we have gotten so used to it. Then with Sana, like, it's not like Iris has taken Sana's place. It's that council has always been 6 people. So now with Sana gone, it's 5 people, but it's symmetrical with Myth. So it's like, I'm sure they don't want to be like, we're just gonna they don't want to give the impression that they're just shoving Iris in Sana's place. But it's like they're not. Iris is in Iris's place, which has always been the 6th member of council, even though technically it's not on paper.
Here's my brief question, and maybe some people in YouTube chat can pitch in on this, though I can't check it because I'm operating on my phone as we walk out.
We'll be reading.
So I had heard, and I don't recall well, I had heard that during the council group song that they did duets to cover Sana's parts. And I don't remember well. Is that what happened? Was it individuals singing?
All I remember was Fauna singing most of Sana's lines. I don't remember all the song perfectly.
They did have a song.
Fauna sang a lot of songs.
I also did not know they had a song until
I was like, they had a song, and then Christina was
came
like,
out,
I wonder who's gonna do Sana's part.
Okay.
I was like, wasn't there? Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So it was
released a little before her graduation.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't
It was
sleeping.
right there.
I was focused on other things, Ninja. Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay, Fauna did sing all of her lines. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which makes
Okay.
a lot of sense.
but it still feels like a weird thing to where, again, it's not like you don't want to just have it be like, I guess Iris will do it. Because like that, like, you know, like I keep saying, you don't want Iris to feel like Sana's replacement.
Yeah.
You want her to feel like the sixth member of council who is her own thing, part of the group. So it's like, I don't like at that point, if I was the director doing this, I'm saying like literally to write, like, take out Sana's lines for now, write new lines for Iris, and now we have Rise. Like, oh yeah.
No, I think keep the lines, but make them all sing it at once.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or that, but have Iris with there in it, to where it's like you have to have Iris in there somehow from this perspective. At a classic thing Blink-182 does when Tom DeLonge wasn't in the band is "I Miss You" is a very, you know, goes back and forth between Mark and Tom, and whenever they perform that live, whenever it gets to the Tom DeLonge segments, they just don't sing anything, and the audience sings it. So you could also have done that. Had Sana's lines, lyrics come up on screen and cut to audience mic, and the audience sings along, because the audience, like you guys are saying, you heard Sparks super clear.
It was very clear, even without the audience mic on. It was very clear
because the background, like, images for Sparks is just, like I said, the lyrics to Sparks, so everyone was able to pick it up really easily. So I think that also works good, having the audience take Sana's verse. Either them doing it, harmonizing for it, having like the audience do it, having just, you know, anything other than it just feels weird to me being like, I guess Fauna will do it. Like that just feels like you could have done something there, but instead it feels kind of like, yeah, sure. Well, like I said, I guess Fauna will do it. Just feels like a weird way to go about that.
My question for Fauna singing Sana's lines is, how did that appear on stream? Because something that you also have to take into consideration, sorry, my voice is a little bit reverberating because I'm in a car, is how does that show up on stream? Because they also have to show the perspective of the one singing and also choreograph it in a particular way so that they're center stage as well. So that's also something to consider.
Yeah.
Well, my memory is just too much close shots that I don't really see the choreography. I see them dancing, yes, but like a full body choreography, very little.
Yeah, it was all face shots or arm shots or maybe leg shots and then audience shots.
Yeah, but not
No
the full
body.
body. Yeah, no. Like even the entire,
especially not
like
on stage.
Yeah, like the entire, like a far away shot, like the entire group of like council. Like I don't remember I see one.
That's
Like
so
the
weird.
beginning, we got one like full stage shot, and then it went to zoom in on each council member.
It's so
some
fast.
Parts, yeah.
Yeah, it's so fast that I don't even remember.
Yeah, it happened real fast.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. It is it would be fun during the Rise. Whenever we got to bass parts, everyone would freak out because they're so much more like hype than the rest of the song.
Because she has the rap.
She has the rap and part. Then and everyone would be like scream during bass part. Also because bass choreo would gets much it's very breakdancey kind of during those parts. It's very nice to see the clearness of that. I was thinking it came to mind again. I do kind of wish Fauna had a little more stage presence. Most of Fauna's dancing was arms. And she just kind of walks. It works with the song, but she does just kind of walk from side to side while mostly doing upper body stuff. So I do wish that she kind of used the stage a bit more. That was just a
See,
little.
it didn't matter for the stream because we just saw her upper
you
body.
just see the close up of the upper body. Yeah.
Like even though the girls is like walking on a stage, we don't know. It's just like, okay, they are moving, but are they actually walk like for the whole stage, or
Yeah,
just
the way you know they're
on the
moving
spot?
is
Like
because the
we don't know. We know they move, but we don't know how much they move. So
Yeah.
the only performance that I can see that okay they're moving a lot is Ame.
Yeah, that's like I
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
Ame's choreo specifically seems to be geared to the fact that she knows she will be performing it on a stage, and you can see that in the choreo. Like Callie and Kiara both took advantage of whenever there was a part where they were not singing, they would then be running around on the stage like hyping people up. Like that kind of like that was both really good like stage usage.
I have an image of
where
Ame's. There we go.
Yeah, where most of the other girls did like they would like kind of just like Crony did a part where she goes very far stage left and then comes back to center for a few dances. But like Fauna and Mume mostly kind of stayed center. Ina kind of stayed mostly center. I don't remember Gura being on stage for some reason. I remember the song, but I guess like my eyes like erased Gura's like visual performance for some reason. I cannot remember it at all.
I think it was because mostly people were like, you were like, wait a minute, this song's new. I haven't heard this. This is like brand spanking new. So most people were like sitting there like I'm cheering, but I'm also trying to like listen actively listen to make sure that I can understand what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it was all like, and the full group choreos were also great, especially like I said with the what were those like on the streams? Like the 10-person choreos, like the full EN songs.
First one?
Any of them, yeah, because they from our perspective they were all the same, like the girls on like the 2 levels, like Myth on the bottom, Council on the top, and then like the just seeing that straight on.
Oh yeah.
So at the beginning it's like 2 rows up and down, show us the full all 10 of them, and then when they sing they just do a close up, and then
plus audience
they
shots.
yeah,
So I
and
was
then
going
audience shot and then going back.
I was going too hype on it, but I guess that's a good segue into like some of the bigger EN group songs. So like when they, they're the first song with
No, it's Shiny Smelly Story, right?
I believe so. It was Shiny Smelly Story. And then at the end they did.
Should have done the ska version.
That would have been. That would have been great.
Officially released that. It's been 2 years, Ame. Where's my official release?
It's in her. It's in her birthday live.
It's in her birthday. That's not an official release.
I need it.
And then actually connect the world at the end, and then they actually did the
encore.
Encore, which
the totally unplanned encore.
Yeah, which lasted like 5 minutes to get to that point.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the whole pure song? Oh my god.
I can't believe they never sung Country Roads. I feel betrayed.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Cow Carrot with the clips be like, you forgot something.
Yeah, so that's I think the encore wait went on for like 1 beat too long, to where it was like it got to the point to where they're like, we know it's not over because they haven't announced anything yet.
They haven't said anything. It's like thank you for
it was
coming.
noticeable on stream too.
Yeah, to where they're like, everyone was like, okay, and the encore should be here now. And then
like,
about 30 seconds later showed up, and it was like, okay, that was a little too dragged out.
We did like encore, and then also it went quiet, be like, okay, it's not starting.
They were definitely having trouble hitting the encore button.
Yeah, and then they were like, okay, what's the next one we could do? Oh, one more song. Yeah,
we went through like 3 different like chant things before we finally got it going.
Did any of us like specifically talk about Iris though? I don't think we did.
We talked about the fact that Iris did perform twice. We didn't talk about Iris. We talked about the multi-leveled unit Hope.
I'm just talking like, okay, so she did Caesura of Despair, and she did Gravity, which are both
He did Gravity.
Amazing
fairly
song.
standard songs. Everybody knows those two the most as her songs. And hoping for Sparks of Joy. That's my personal favorite, but that's just me.
What's the one with like the almost like rockabilly kind of guitar like bass thing? That like it sounds like it's like a very like strong like driving bass line to it. Ninja, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he'll know about it. But while he's thinking about that, I will say that unfortunately, like going
Here Comes
for those
Hope. Yeah.
going for those two songs. I'm sorry, but recency just makes me think of her just falling down and only up, and I feel like it kind of ruins the coolness factor of both songs. That's just all I can think about. I'm sorry, girl. You look cool. You were beautiful out there on stage, but all I just see you is falling and swearing.
The one thing that I'm like Kiara, you know, she has her like thing about like the giantesses in like the lives, but I feel like like the one thing that I would say is that they, aside from the fact that the girls like Star Trek teleport in, they do very much want to give this the illusion that this is a real person you are looking at. But I say don't do that. Get weird with it. Give me Iris descending. I want to see Iris float in cool. During like from the rafters during her performances. When she's starting, like I want to see her literally float down onto the stage and then
just
do her
like
thing.
small Kiara in Gura concert. Like
Exactly.
Yeah.
Really
Animate very noticeable strings attached to her outfit.
Yeah.
I really wish they would commission animations of the 3D models for like special entries, so it couldn't relate to their like lore. So like Kali from the underworld, or like Kiara from Fire.
Gura swimming in, or Kiara finally getting her wings and flying in.
You don't usually see. You only see that in the 3D lives.
Give me like Ina. Give me like, you know, Aochan sitting on the stage. It opens up, and then Ina like comes out of a portal from Aochan. Give me like Callie, like skeleton hands come out of the stage, and there's tombstones, and Callie crawls out of the ground. Kiara bursts out from a flame.
These are just like fucking Smash intros now.
That's what I want.
That'd be cool. Like they can do that.
Yes.
So I said they always say like I always say they're trying to make it real, but I know it's not real, so don't make it real. Like, go as weird as you can.
There's no immersion.
From fire.
Yeah. Have literally, I want to see a shark fin going across the stage, and then I want to see Ghost burst out of the wooden floor and be like Same des, or whatever she says. And you're like, yeah, like.
I want like council. I want like council to come in, and like the first thing that you see are like the thrones that come up. And they're just they're all sitting there. They're all like sitting there like menacing JoJo characters coming up, like as if you're about to be judged by the council.
Like like the Terminator, where it's like the electricity starts hidden and all like everything starts blowing around, and then the sphere comes up and opens and closes, and then they're like time traveled in. Give me that with Ame. Like give me like Ame just time traveled into the stage.
I want them to do that, or either that, or like go back and use T-pose, appear T-pose.
Yeah, like a source filmmaker thing comes in, like.
See, a Logical Paradox mentioned it, and he says you're just describing fighting game entrances, and I just think like if we got a group going in, just hearing the Capcom versus SNK 2 announcer, whoa, who let these guys in?
Yeah,
you're disrupting the tournament.
Go full like
anime.
Go like be like, you know, like I want like the whole theater turns orange, and it's like firefighters come in, and they'll be like, and you know, people are scared. Is this real? And then boom, there's fire, and then Kiara emerges from it.
Actual pyrotechnics.
Yeah. Mentioned Kanata had wings in one of her things. She had like big angel wings.
It was the dark angel basically, where it revealed, and this is like my hope when she does like an actual 3D live in the future, which, you know, I'm totally fine with waiting. let's not stress about that. But I had the imagining of the same thing, but she gets like, when they announce her new model, is like, these fiery wings come up, engulf her, like big burst of flame comes out, and bam, it's like this, like cool, sexy, like idol, like fiery outfit, almost like kind of like how like in what's the one Hunger Games scene where she's like has the dress and it just bursts out into flames and everybody's just like, whoa, look at that, this person's interesting.
Yeah, that's what they could like I keep saying it, but it's like, yeah, they want us to feel immersed and be like, wow, there she is, Gargara on stage. But I know Gargara is not on stage, so use the fact that this isn't real to be really not real and get weird.
Let them have fun. Like, actually have them act. Like, do fun things with them.
I guess the closest that we've gotten to, which is probably the most memorable entrance that a Hololive Hololive members have had thus far, is
Aki.
that one particular live that had full gamers, and they were going to do the Joshiraku opening, and they came up through the floor, like in the kneeling position, and then Okayu was lying down on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the closest to being unique with those kind of intros that I can think of.
Also, like, they are 3D, so somebody can do a flip and like I don't know, whatever movement that they cannot do IRL, and be like, okay, now you control it. So
All
don't have to. Yeah.
All I can think of is Aki's 3D that happened recently, where they're like, when they entranced in, her crashing the car into the set. And that's just now, now how they started. Like, they just went straight in. Now, granted, most of this is, again, Kanadaru doing most of the animations, and he does great at that. Like, again, like when we go look back at her birthday live last year, where Kiara's doing Black Rock Shooter on the flying KFP.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, that's great. I want more of like silly things like that.
Yeah, that's what, like, give me like weird like 70s arena rock gimmicks. I guess gimmick is the right word. I want gimmicks. Like, I want nice, like, we want weird
WWE openings for all of them.
Yeah, basically.
That'd actually
Like,
be fun.
that's what I'm saying. It's like I keep saying, we know it's not real, so get silly, get weird with it.
They'll do because they usually do the intro where there'd be like, and next, and then they'll just show like it almost feels like, and now for your featured presentation.
That's what I want. I keep saying, like, the one that makes the most sense to me is literally when Iris sings the song talking about how hope has descended, have Iris descend onto the stage, and it's like, you could, if Iris was physically there, you could string her up on a rope and physically lower her onto the stage. Like, that's a thing you could do. But it's even easier to do that in 3D.
Yeah, you could be like, all right, now pose as if you were falling down, and we'll just kind of take your model and just kind of like...
I'll grab it with the mouse in Photoshop and drag Iris down the screen while I'm recording my screen in OBS. And then
we got to do
put that on the
3 times to be a flashback to her debut.
Yeah, you have to do it 3 times.
That's it.
You can hear
the UI
Kiara
have to show at some point.
Because that's what, like, during, like, Miku concerts, Miku will just, like, change outfits, like, mid-choreo. Like, she'll just be, like, dancing, and then, like, her costume will just change, like, within 2 frames.
Actually,
and it's like, it's because she's not real, so you can do that.
Actually, I just noticed something as well, and I'm remembering this. If you go back and you listen to all their individual songs, everybody just kind of just goes straight in, right? They just start singing.
Yeah. Except Ina. Ina does a preempt where she talks about how it's Susei's song.
Yeah. Oh, Kiara does that too. Kiara's just like, here's my original Sparks. And
let me promote it.
Yeah, I mean, again...
Marketer of again.
Business Tory at her strongest. But still, that's still kind of like a good, like, even if it is good, like, performer and energy.
Yeah, it's like, you're like, wow, this is on a stage that I'm looking at.
Yes.
It's theatrical.
Yeah. as simple as it is, here's my song. It's like it gives you stage presence in a way that's different than just like moving around.
Yeah, it's some audience, it's vocal audience interaction with that, where it's like, wow, she's talking to me.
And also, it makes the audience less confused because when I was listening to Gura's song, I know that it's like something is unfamiliar, but then I was thinking, is this someone sing it before?
Yeah. I was like,
I was keep guessing.
I just assumed it was a cover.
Yeah, something that, and I
didn't even know it was
a new song.
I didn't know it was a new song until they said, "Oh, it's a new song" at the end.
Yeah, I don't think any. Yeah, because Crony was like, yeah, and by the way, me and Gura both sang new songs.
Yeah,
and it was like,
really? Because
Crony's song was new.
Yeah, Crony's was also new.
New song. Yeah.
Where was I?
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's the thing. They both have not been released.
Look, let's be real. When it was Crony, we're all looking at the legs, like.
Dude,
look at that.
Took me out. I was like, what's happening? Where am I?
They camera laser focused on everything sexual about Crony, and I'm like, come on, guys.
The boob was real.
Yeah.
And if you tell the people, okay, this is Gura's new song, maybe the audience will be even more hyped because
that's the it like if Gura was like, hey guys, it's me, Gura, here in Los Angeles, and I'm about to sing my brand new song for the first time, and everyone's like, ah! It was like instead. It was later. It was like Crony, like, oh yeah, by the way, Gura's song that was new, guys, and we were like, oh what? It was?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate cold opens personally over introductions.
I mean, for like, I think for new songs it would be cool, especially if it's in a group setting. If it was just like a good concert or that, it'd be like, okay, at the end they could be like, oh, this is a new song or whatever. But I think it's important because we don't know if it could be a cover because there's so many songs. And we're like,
I assumed it was some like city pop song that they got the rights to, and I was like, oh yeah, all right, Gura's going with this, I guess.
And then,
or they can just do a one thing that like at the bottom left or right. Say, okay, this is the name of the song.
Oh yeah, and the screen even we're like new song, new.
Yeah. Then we it's a new song. Then I'm saying that then they don't need to introduce it, but we can see there's a new song. Hype.
I think it would have been good to use the M2 segment maybe to do.
You're muffled.
You might covered right now.
Might need to talk closer.
Are you being kidnapped? Yeah. Are you alright?
Come back to us.
Beats, we miss you.
Am I coming through okay or not?
Nope.
I think the mic is probably covered in something. Even worse. I think you're getting into quicksand. You're going deeper.
They got him. Oh no.
We lost him. Well, he did good this weekend. He went out strong. He went out high.
Always in our heart.
Yeah, we'll remember you for next show, Beats. We'll cheer for you.
Can we get some Fs in the chat?
Yeah. That's the one also. If I had one little weird thing about the JP performance, is that Sora and Susei's colors are too close to each other, to where they're both kind of just blue. So it was like a bunch of red and a bunch of blue, and it's like we could have had a nice like tricolor light pen scheme going, but because Susei and Sora are both just blue, it kind of just blended together to blue, and red.
I did appreciate at least the going from JP to ID because I didn't have to switch.
Yeah, I had blue for Sora and then I had blue for Reina.
Switching is the pain. Like you need to figure it out, and then sometimes if you're not using the official one,
Speaking of the ID performance, though, I found it very odd that they sang the JP version of the song.
That was also weird. Yeah. And it has Indonesian lyrics, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, because I was like,
They chose the JP song for weird reason.
Because I was like, it's weird that I didn't hear what the because everyone was cheering. I couldn't hear what the JP girls were saying at the beginning. I assume it was in Japanese. But I would have was it in Japanese or was it in broken English?
It wasn't in English. It was like they were talking in English. I was like, oh, they're talking in English. That's so cute. And then the song started. But like it was very limited English. Like, thank you. Like, we're still gonna. I think Marin just said thank you, or Marin said use a word, and then he started singing.
All right. Well, yeah, I like that. I like that we got the broken English. Like I said, I couldn't hear it, but I'm happy we got broken English. I prefer it that way because it's like, oh, that's fun. Some nice broken English.
I mean, it means that at least like the JP know like
at least they know what audience they're going to.
Yeah, they're like, hey, this is a big deal for like the overseas and English. Like it had weight. It felt like there was weight.
It wasn't.
If it was a random recording they found.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, Yago's sitting there like, we gotta pad out this picture. I guess we got that deleted scene from Third Fest we could throw in there. I don't know why Yago's like a producer from like old time Hollywood, but like just padding it in. Yeah.
I do hope if there were any JP or ID fans that were like that specifically either bought a ticket or went to the concert specifically because they were guests. I hope they weren't too disappointed with the fairly small amount of participation that they got. I don't personally know if they were, but
it did feel a little like now featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series like sticker of like also here is a song of these three, like like when you see that lineup of like the full featuring guest stars, my brain goes to we have Kiara Mume and third Indonesian bird, Rene, that's her name, all together in one show the day after Holotory's real. Give me Holotory light. Do it. Cover. You love putting Kiara and Mume together. Throw Rene in there. But I get logistically why they couldn't. But it would have been nice if they did.
Yeah, like if and again, this goes back to like at the beginning of this, we were like talking about like
only
YouTube,
2 hours.
Only 2 hours. YouTube theater's expensive. Yada yada yada. But in the whole what if scenario, right? We could have seen a lot more like inner units singing together. Like we could have had Diet Holotory, Diet Umi C.
Gura Marine Ina.
Yes.
Sun Moon, maybe?
I mean,
we could have had Sun Moon.
Could have had Sun Moon.
Ninja Stand, Kali Suse.
Yeah, Kali Suse with one of their songs.
Capsule or
Capsule.
Yeah, that is. They have a song for that. I was hoping for that.
I mean,
that's like, imagine Muna Kiara do you with Muna being Dark Kiara, like taking that role of it. Like that would have
I will die. I will die.
And then even with Risu, with their I guess maybe her and like Ame or somebody like that with like a city pop song.
Her and Bay, Rat.
Oh yeah.
The Hollow Rodent Reel.
Hollow Rodents, yeah. And then it's
really
like
wanted the Takamori song, like
a Takamori like could be pushed. Like I mean, funny enough, like it's easy just to push Kiara into like any of them. It's like that's a unit. Like that's one that we know.
I was like when I saw them like together like in the MC thing, I was like, oh, like I know they never transitioned from the MC into the people in the MC, but I was like, oh, if they put Takamori together for the MC, maybe they are gonna do a Takamori like duet, but they didn't do any duets, so we didn't get that.
We could just have Stop in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well that's it. Yeah, have them, and then have like the Snot MC. And then Crony disappears, and then the other three are awkwardly standing there, and then Kiara appears inside.
And all of a sudden they like flourish, or like it's like yes.
Yeah, that's what I do love that. That's the thing. It's like, this group during the daytime is like Kiara is like Fauna, Mume, Gura, and then Kiara's there. But then as it transitions into night and Kiara goes to bed, Crony wakes up, so she comes in.
Yeah.
Becomes Snot.
Ninja Star in chat puts out a good point. I mean, this is the first concert, and they're probably gauging everything.
Yeah.
Everything here was a test, and I'm, from viewers.
From everything we've seen, it was a massive success.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
every critique we're giving, every critique I give is just like, look, it was amazing. Here's how to get even
That's something
cooler.
Better.
Yeah.
Every time I do one of these, you will hear me complain a lot, and then at the end be like, anyway, 9 out of 10. Is because I will complain that it's like, I'm very big on like, these are the little things that they could do to make it a 10 out of 10. But everything that they did do was perfect.
It's all constructive criticism that they can fix.
Yeah.
Like there are easy ways that they can do it. That it doesn't imply like getting a new thing.
Yeah.
It's just like maybe commission a 3D animation that it could be expensive maybe, but like that you can use for everything. And that like when people like, oh yeah, it's like, oh my god, fire can appear or whatever.
We're criticizing out of love for our Oshis and wanting them to shine even more.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And also because we love them so much and they work so hard, and sometimes like the camera, audio, whatever, if they like fucked up, we're like their hard work, it's not well presented to the audience.
It's like the
and I will feel
more
frustrated.
Yeah, the more you point away from them, is like you're trying to cheer for them. Like this is a balance thing, and hopefully it's I'll say maybe it's a skill issue for them. I don't know.
That's why everyone should fill in the form.
Yeah, fill the form. I have to leave now because I have an exam in 2 hours that I forgot about.
Thank you, Dakuma.
Thank you for joining. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hope you pass.
Thank you, Dakuma.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I think we've mostly run through the full gambit of the majority of the topics.
Yeah, I mean, I have a
one thing. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I got a few images. I mean, we can have some fun with as well. Let's see. Before I start.
Yeah, and if there are any questions in chat for people who either didn't watch alone or didn't go to specific events and want to ask, please ask.
Yep.
I'll be happy to answer.
So I have one image just for a fun thing, just for a small tangent. I'm gonna throw this up on the.
I guess one thing in the meantime is when it comes to going back to the fan stuff, is that the meetup was great.
Yes.
Ran on a little too long, and I think we needed to choose a better. Well, I think it's just LA in general. Oh my god, it was hell to get out because the streets are so thin in the park that we were at.
Yep.
In the 1940s, Los Angeles tore up all their railroad tracks to replace them with streetcars. This is the plot of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, coincidentally. And it is perhaps the worst decision in the history of industry.
Because they got rid of the streetcars.
Yeah, there are no streetcars anymore. It's all... There are no street-cars anymore. It is all cars on the street. And it's awful. It's terrible. There could have been beautiful trains trolleying us from location to location, but instead we have to go on. We have to be going from Ubers in the most often. I'm from New Jersey, and specifically South Jersey, which is incredibly flat. I've never seen a hill in my life until this weekend. And so being on roads where you like go up and then down and then up and then down within like one block, like ripped my brain in half. It was awful.
I don't know what they were thinking, sending a bunch of not very fit weebs to a city that has so many hills.
Yeah.
But yes, KFP capitalized for the first time for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah.
We are capitalized now. They got our name right.
And deadbeats is 2 words as intended. Let's go.
Yeah, it's not
And
one word.
Chumbas from Chumbuddies become Chumbas.
Were they actually chum buddies?
Yeah,
Really?
I think in the Fall Fest they are Chumbuddies.
Oh.
I didn't know that Marines, like, I thought they were just called the Ichimi. I didn't know it was Hosho no Ichimi.
Ah.
I like that.
Like they finally actually asked the audience or their like the talents what their audience is named.
Actually, I think there's only one that's wrong here. That might be me. But isn't Brat supposed to be with a Z? No.
No, that's the brand.
That's the brand. Never mind. You're right.
Yeah, they can't do that for copyright. Yes.
In my mind, I always thought Bratz had 2 T's, but I think that might be because I'm thinking of Rat being with 2 T's. But whenever I write Bratz, I write it with 2 T's, and I guess I've been doing it wrong the whole time.
In another timeline, Kiara was obsessed with Bratz when she was little, and I think
American Kiara.
Worse.
Yeah.
American
Kiara, totally.
Well, no, she was a Polly Pocket girl.
Polly Pocket, yeah.
We got
but yeah, we got. I didn't know Marikets was
I have never been able to pronounce their name until I saw it spelled here in the I never knew what to call them, so I would just call them Meerkats, like the animal, until in the theater I saw the credits and I was like, oh, that's how you write it.
Well, you could call them step siblings.
Oh yeah, one of these days, now that Dockham is gone, I should have said this before she was gone. One of these days, next time I have the money to afford a Dockham commission, I'm getting a KFP riding a Meerkat like it's a horse. Well, like it's an ostrich. Yeah, I need the KFP Meerkat cavalry.
From what I remember, Marikет is like a portmanteau of 2 different.
Yeah, it's like an Indonesian like joke or something. Like it doesn't make any sense to us. We just think of the animal, but
at least it's better than Kobo Curse, which I'm pretty sure is literally just a shit joke.
Yes, it's like bonkers.
You know what? It took me so long to notice the fact that cronies aren't just like. I thought it was crony loved herself so much that her fans are also crony, and there's just a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I thought no, but it's also like crony.
They're
with a C.
a crony of her.
Like you know,
yes,
like oh yeah,
it's a play on words.
Me and my cronies. You know, it took me so long to realize to be like, wait a minute, like cronies, like you know, like a gang of hoodlums. You know, like. Yeah, I was like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what? Like, I just thought it was, like, crony and then other also cronies.
It's funny because the aristocrats are like, you know, supposed to be royalty. They're stick figures.
Yeah, I didn't know. Like, I was just confused about what was doom and gloom versus what was the aristocrat and stuff until eventually I figured out it was more like a chicken Kotori situation.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, yeah.
Not everybody.
The mascots.
Yeah, it's like not everybody. I think the only one that's really like that is Ina, where it's Taco. The mascot and the fan representation are the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, like even like for Bay, like you got Mr. Squeaks. But the Bratz look different.
Yeah, and it's funny because Ina is the one who designed a lot of especially the myth ones. Like Ina is the one who councils. Yeah, like Ina made Kotori. So it's like an interesting thing where it's like Ina, the one Ina made for herself is also just what she used for her fans. Where then the other girls like got one from Ina, and then they also had their fans through their own means.
And I guess if we're on that topic, then it would also be wise to know that Bloom and Gloom were created by Sana as a sort of last Hamon situation before she left.
Yeah.
What were in Hollow Cure before they became Bloom and Gloom? What were they again? Like what?
They were angelic creatures.
Yeah, was that designed from something?
I think it was just a kind of general thing.
Yeah, they looked
like it was just based off of her own design.
Yeah, it was like kind of like black and white, like crystal looking entities.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, because that's a fun little like. It's
fan designed by the fans.
I love looking at early like before we released because we settled in on Dakuma chickens being like the canon. This is what KFP employees look like within about 6 months, definitely.
It was quick.
But there's a little bit of time.
The designs
mostly when Kiara was in Japan, mainly, where you just see a lot of like anatomically realistic chickens, like not like the round egg with legs that we are now.
Yeah.
You can see like legitimate real chickens that just like have like a fast food hat on, or there's also a very weird thing early on.
The humans.
Yes, because technically for a little bit of time, it was supposed to be chickens were members.
That's like I remember the fan art. I wasn't really interacting much, but most of the fan art was just like you were just an employee. It just looked like you were.
You were a fast food worker.
Subscribers were people who subscribed to Kiara were humans, and members were chickens. So for the first couple of months, there's a lot of we were investors.
Before that,
investors.
We were investors. We were investors to KFP, and then quickly it became a role play of like actual employee
it became so
employer relationship.
I showed up like 2 weeks. Yeah, I showed up like 2 weeks after Kiara debuted is when I started watching, and at that point, investors were already not a thing anymore. Like it was already the employees. But
it happened. It happened at one time about 2 weeks after her debut. She got sick and she delayed her stream by 24 hours. She was like, "Oh, sorry guys, I can't really stream right now. Can I do this tomorrow?" And everyone's like, "Yeah, sure, no worries." What that essentially did was it left a whole bunch of people sitting in her chat for 40, God knows how long out, like 44 hours, 46 hours, just cooking, just making jokes, talking with each other. And then people started role-playing. People started making jokes, people changed their names, and suddenly, in that instant, everyone like changed. In the next like 2 to 3 days, people
investors.
Just changed all their names.
No longer investors, we are the workers.
Yeah, and it's still like so fun to go back and look at fan art of that era, because like I was saying, so much of it is human that are wearing uniforms. And there's also a lot of, this is also before Ame. This is when, for the first like year, there was no teammate representation. So teammates were all over the place. There were guys that were clocks. There were guys that were like British police officers. There were guys that were just Ryan Gosling. It was like literally like teammates had no set design. So within like the first year, teammates, like Bubba clones, teammates were constantly like, there were so many different like, what does a teammate look like until finally they became the alligator.
It wasn't until
Can I also mention one thing? That same stream reservation where people started changing their names, I can't be sure if that was the exact same one or if it was very close to, but that's when she also got her Tensho nickname. Someone was in the chat and he's like, "Okay, so we've got Sensho, we've got Taisho, like, can we call Kiara Tensho?" People were like, "Okay, Tensho," and literally like they just started calling her that, and she picked it up on the stream when it started immediately, and she just went with it.
It is funny, like when you look at like the early Kiara stuff of like, she's supposed to be like trying to make KFP like big, and it like like Tensho being like, "Oh yeah, she's this store's manager," she wants the dream of like the big fast food company, but then within about 6 months, it just became like, "Oh yeah, she's the CEO of the biggest fast food company in the world, KFP." So it's weird. It's funny that we still call it Tensho. Yeah, like, but yeah, like the kind of like fun little evolution of seeing that early stuff.
It's endearing. Like Tensho, like having that. It like her position within the company may not necessarily be a store manager, but like she can be the store manager. She can be the CEO. She can be a regular office lady. Fan up, please. Anyway, it's like whatever she wants. But yeah, it's just cool that things stuck and how the evolution of things happen.
Oh,
it's okay, guys. We'll get an entire branch of office lady workers right next EN3.
Where's my Genma debut?
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. Give me the Genma debut.
Give me the idle units of just the staff members.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna say when the credits, when the staff came up, and it was like, here's the people who produced the show. The crowd like freaked out. I think that's who they cheered the most for in the credits was the staff. And
Yep.
like, it was like, here's our staff and sponsors, and everyone was like,
I'm
yeah,
not even
let's go.
joking. I'm not even joking. I would love a full series of VTubers who just teach you like managerial tasks or like Excel or like using their 3D programs.
Yeah, the like,
So kind of like how Ollie was teaching maths, but in a streaming
Yeah,
setup,
exactly.
kind of streaming vibe.
And they'll have
Alright.
Yeah, I would just
I
like
dig that. I dig that.
lessons.
You
from
do, like,
experienced
collabs.
office people.
You could do collabs with some of the units who are also, or some of the members who are also like skilled on those things. Like, bring Ame in and have her like, he's tech support, or have like a funny thing where it's like, oh yeah, we're doing a programming stream. Here's Kobo, and she's like, goofy at first, and then she actually gets down to work. And is like, okay, here's how you program.
Yeah, I distinctly remember the stream where Ina was learning Krita. I think it was the free drawing program.
Mm-hmm.
And she just like got into it immediately and was able to contextualize it with older programs that she used and was able to basically teach it not only to herself but to the audience. And I would honestly love something professional like that.
That, or she does
Just
the physics.
What is Krita? What is
It's
Krita?
a free drawing program that it's very versatile,
Okay.
which I used it before.
Yeah.
So here's what I equate that to is like Ina is so adept at drawing that the different platforms is like a language.
Yeah.
So she's multilingual and she picked it up
yeah.
like a language and just ran with it.
It's as a software engineer, I mean, that's kind of like how it is with like programming languages. It's like you learn one, and then all of a sudden picking up another is.
Look, as long as you know the
picking up more.
logic, you can pick it up anything.
And I'm guessing
Yeah.
it's like the same thing when Kiara was always explaining, like picking up a little bit of a new language, though sometimes it needs, even with all these other things, you sometimes need a teacher to help out, but like, you start understanding some like
the more you learn.
Yeah, it's like you start understanding the basics and like, oh, if you do this, then it's just like this language.
Yeah, I mean, some of my favorite streams are when Kiara puts on a professional dancer hat, teaches.
Yeah.
that's like, I love that in the Hollow Summer Kanuru video. Like, that's one of the things she's doing is she's teaching the other girls like a little dance. And that was also that was fun for like the whole Hollow Summer stream. Having to wake up at like 4 a.m. for that, and like the people in AX, you guys were in line watching it, right?
Say again. In AX, sorry, what?
The guys in AX, you were in line watching the Hollow Summer like stream, right?
Yes.
Oh, that
yes.
was, and that's another thing that happened. Wow.
Yeah.
When was it? Local time, like 4 or 5 a.m.
5 a.m. PST.
Yeah. So myself and the people that I was staying with, we rocked up to AX at 4:30, the first day. So the day that it was streamed. And honestly, because a lot of people weren't familiar with other groups and whatnot, it was like a lot of introductions, talking, like meeting new people, and then suddenly at 5 o'clock there was the Hollow Summer. It was Hollow Summer, right?
Yeah, the Hollow Summer.
Yeah, so I was listening to that the whole time. Yeah, I was listening to that in line, but at the same time it was like in one ear and still talking to other people, because everyone could not focus on it unless they were not talking to someone else.
Yeah.
And groups obviously like formed, and at about that time 5:30, before that it was a single line. It was a single queue line because no one was lining up except for Jinro and other people at 2-3 a.m. It was a single line, and when that line snaked its way around the corner of the building, they condensed it all the way up. And what essentially was the first 3 hours of queuing from 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. became about like the small segment at the front. Group kind of coalesced together. So then it was better because we could all watch it together, chat, chill. And I think it was how long, like an hour and a half or something like that. I hardly remember any of it. I just know that they released merchandise and I bought it straight away.
It sold out immediately.
Meanwhile,
it sold out immediately. Like people were saying, "Oh shit, they're selling like acrylics specifically for Holo's summer," and I was like, "Wait, what? There's merch?" And they're like, "And it's limited merch. Once it's sold, it's gone for it. Like, it's gone. It's done." And I was like, "No." No, I immediately pulled up the Hololive official store and I started clicking buttons to pick out who I wanted before they sold out. And
Meanwhile,
I managed to pick up Holo Tori.
In the middle of Dokumi, there was no internet service good enough for video.
Oh no!
So we were all getting our news from Twitter, which was broken at the time.
That's right when it started.
It was
like,
the worst time.
It was like, oh yeah, Twitter began having issues at 5 a.m. PST, and it's like,
So-
oh, that's exactly when the
so
thing
there was
started.
a collaboration issue at like 1 o'clock where people were going from phone to phone showing off pictures of the Holo Summer stuff. And like one person had one tweet loaded with an image and another person had a different tweet and had to collaborate to share them. And none of us got the real picture until we got back home where we had Wi-Fi. Yeah. And by then when we got home, we found out, oh, there was merch and like most of it sold out. So great.
And
No,
merch, yeah, it's
actually,
all gone.
right now the acrylic stand is still there.
Yeah, they
not-
restocked.
Yeah, so it's fine.
Did they?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, they
Oh,
restocked the
dude.
ones that emptied out.
I think it's only
Can I get a Susei?
Choto bundle.
Now,
no.
I'd assume that's the one to post restock become unstocked immediately.
Yeah.
Straight away. Susei and Azuki and a few others were sold out straight away.
So the JP one, all of the JP one, it's like our stock. But if you're ID fans or English one,
Damn.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out in case they do restock. But thank
Well, I
you for
spent
letting
all
me
my
know.
money at a con anyway. I don't have money for merch. And then I see Kiara's birthday is tomorrow, or like 1.5 days.
Oh no, her birthday!
no.
We have to buy more stuff tomorrow.
You all are my enemies during that time. I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm not buying limited. I'm not buying limited. Go ahead.
Same here.
I already have a signed out one. So
You guys are so
if I don't get it, don't get it.
I have my Dokumi signature. I'm good.
I'm
was
still
not
hoping signature, so I'm still going for it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Good luck.
Yeah.
So Lunchbox, you and I are enemies.
Yeah, we'll have to duel. But real
I'm
quick,
pulling out of this war.
speaking of acrylics, when we were at the first meetup, I'm standing there and somebody just walks up and it's like, here you go, Lunchbox. And it is, if you guys maybe remember, there's I think maybe Korean artist that does has been doing tactical art of the Myth Girls and the amazing art of Kiara with the Glock and the AUG and stuff. And yeah, here, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
The
one that she retweeted, right?
Yeah, I believe she did retweet that. I can't remember their name. But actually, let me Google Kiara AUG. Not Google, Twitter, and let me see if I can find it. I'm sure I've commented about it. But yeah, so just walks up to me and just hands me an acrylic of that art. And I was like, what? This is amazing. What was this? Who? And it was just like, here you go. And I was like, who? What? And he was like, yeah, I got this commissioned. And I was like, wait a minute, you got this commissioned? That means you're Sky. It was like, I didn't even know it was Sky. He just walked in and was like, here you go. And I was like, oh my god, this is fantastic. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Again, every time, the best thing about these cons, this is the best one, because it was not only, you go in and you're like, hi, who are you? And you hear the name and you share names, and both eyes light up. You're like, oh my god!
Yep.
And it's so great.
Had that several times here too.
And it's even more so. I think it was a while back that we were at one of the cons here in the southeast. And it was the Deadbeats, and they go and they turn around, they see me, I see them, and then we all both go oh my god, what's up?
Yep.
Yeah, here, I'm sending a picture that I took of the acrylic to the Discord.
Yeah, and speaking of exclusive con merch, the Hololive fan booth had several pieces of great merch. Not for profit, of course. Cover, we're good. I didn't make money there, but there was art, prints by Ili-chan and Shiro. There were pins by who was that artist? Dom, are you still in chat? There was art of all of the girls plus Henma and Genma. Punkton Mori, thank you, Kamen. Yeah, Punkton Mori and Elmi had the pins as well, so there was exclusive merch at the booth that several people bought out. It sold very, very well from what I heard. Not enough to turn a profit, which is actually good because it's non-official. And also a tote bag by Illy-chan as well, which I've got extras that I'll be bringing to the Southeast guys. Yeah.
And also the other STEM event that was super cute. Like
Yeah.
From the event we can check out even more artists that sell Hololive merch. And I think compared to last Dokumi, this year has like more and more artists that drew. Like,
it was
Hololive
insane.
stuff. Yeah.
Not even Hololive, but VTuber merch in general was like double the amount compared to last year at Dokumi.
Yeah.
And the stamp rally was an app made by Dan and Dom together, I believe. Mostly Dan, I believe.
Shout out to Dan.
But yeah, shout out to Dan. He's a wonderful test app.
So Dan as in Danny Do.
Yeah, the anime cosplayer. Yeah.
Yeah, just so that people are aware which Dan, because it's
there are a lot. Yeah.
He's our local Amatori.
He's great. He made a great app. And it worked basically where you open up the web page to the application and you go to those booths, and they have a QR code at the booth that you can scan, and it marks your web page, and you have that now stamped.
God, that is so good.
Yeah, every single booth had their own QR code.
So much better.
So Natsu and what is the other one? Fortis. I butchered the name again. They
Frontis.
They also go through all the artists. Like there are so many artists. There are over 600 artists.
Yeah.
And they find out artists. Yeah.
All of the Dokumi ones that were in the stamp rally, and also people who were like friends of the Hololive booth, brought their business cards and put them up on the Halloween or the Hololive fan booth. They ran out very quickly, from what I saw.
There were people handing out at AX, like when you met somebody new or you met somebody you already knew. They were like, "Hi, I have a business card now," and I'm like, now I'm sitting there like, well, shoot, maybe next time I should make a business card.
Yeah, and once you got all the stamps, you came back and got a reward. Kalman, do you remember who made the little chimkin clear necklace or keychains? Because the reward for this was either a silver or gold keychain with a little plastic chimkin at the very end. RYC03, yes. And surprisingly, there were, I don't know how many models there were. Oh, he was Kamen Rider. Nice, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how many models there were, but there were at least a dozen different chimkins that you could have gotten. Every single model was a little different. There were pen lights. There were one with spilling the tray of food. There was one with glasses. There was one with squinted eyes. There's one with sleep. I've seen so many of them. It's a fitting reward.
Honestly, I'm just imagining like a gachapon machine with chickens in them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it was really, really special. We had so much exclusive con merch that I'm very, very happy to be a fan.
I'm happy to be a fan, but my wallet cries every day.
Yes.
With the stamp in Dokumi, you don't need to pay to get the stamp. Like most of the you just go in.
Oh, really? It's
as long as you're
running. You're just hitting up the booth and scanning the QR code.
Like there's one booth.
I was like, how did you manage to?
No, we don't pay. We just scan the code.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was so confused how you managed to do it in like 13, 14 minutes, according to like the screenshots that I saw, because I was like,
fast,
how do you go? How do you go from store, buy an item, go to a store, buy an item in 13 minutes?
Actually, Dokumi has a very good thing is they have an app. And in that app, they will show you where the artist is. And so, because before the Dokumi, we already know which artist we are going to. So we can search where the artist is and then put like ping.
You can route your trip.
Yeah.
You routed your trip.
At MomoCon,
Yeah.
they did a nice thing where they gave you a map on the backside of your stamp card, and it was like it showed you exactly where to go.
Yeah, imagine that, but digital app, and it was made by
Yeah.
Dokumi. It was
Yeah.
really, really nice.
That's
And
very
you can
it's
nice.
zoom in.
also also linked to the app that the website that Dan made.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from Dan's website, you can redirect to the Dokumi app, and then you can locate where the artist and then
It was a
put it on
great,
whatever.
great setup.
That is a good-
Yeah.
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, Meow finished like 3rd or something to get all 10 stamps. I finished 7th or 8th, but I bought something at every store, so I had to take my time.
Yeah, like I was out of cash, and when I went to a booth, they said you can either buy some stuff or you just draw any whole life thing in like from your memory. And I said, okay, let's go. I'm gonna just doodle.
Hmm Yeah, there was
Yeah.
a nice little booth where I think at MomoCon there was a stamp rally too, where sometimes you didn't have to buy something, you had to do something silly.
No,
to get
yeah,
a stamp.
one of them was like, and it was more like general VTuber stuff too. It was
Yeah.
like sometimes it was like there was Niji Sanji, but like
Yeah.
there was a lot of like Pomo stuff there, so you were satiated.
I was happy. Yeah. Don't ask me about my budget because I passed it.
Just say yes.
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 But like
It
one
is
of them,
rough to be KFP right now.
yeah, you had to be like, you had to go up and to get a stamp. It's like all you had to do is just woof or meow. And the
Yeah.
amount of people that came up and that acted that was just so funny.
hmm It was a fun stamp thing. At Dokumi, the most fun one was you doodle in the booklet and you get a stamp from that.
Oh, I upload the doodle thingy on the
Oh yeah.
Discord.
Oh yeah, and the second image, dog, if you can put that up. In the bottom right, you have Elmi's drawing, and in the bottom middle, you have Illy's drawing.
Yep.
And on the bottom
Oh.
left, you have Dan's drawing.
And I think there's what was that?
See
Uh,
image.
I also draw a very, very scuffed Kiara at the beginning because I technically have 2 fingers holding the pen. Just
Image.
quickly. Lovely.
Like learning the ins and outs of like now I understand when I see Kiara like, oh, I just got an image from Gemma. Here, hold on. And it takes like 2 minutes.
Welcome to the big leagues. But one thing I do have to say for any future on booth organizers, I guess, selling tote bags is essential, I think, or something with pockets, because carrying merch around with the tote bag provided by the booth was much, much easier and very, very convenient.
Yep.
Here's
Bag, you say? Maybe like a bag that like an open top bag, like one you would normally bring to a beach or something. Kind of that kind of setup. Hopefully,
Yeah, like that.
preferably
maybe,
preferably
and like
what was
maybe
it
like
like
themed one,
like
or
around
something,
like
you know?
how big, like around, it was like around like 14 by 11 or something like that.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah,
a tote bag that can fit your A3 print.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the main goal.
Yep.
A3 prints maybe.
Well, sure, it would be nice if something like that came out for all of KFP to get.
For the
Yeah,
sum-
I guess we'll have to wait. We'll have to see. You know, who knows?
especially when merch comes around and it, like by the time it gets here, it's the next it's the same season again. So like,
Yeah.
it might be great to have something right before the season happens. Oh well. But yeah, here are those.
Kiara's birthday is in 2 days. You should go attend it.
There's
I wanted to make just an observation between AX and Dokumi. I realized I was trying to just make this, but I was muted. Is actually I feel like Dokumi's artist alley is more extensive than the one in AX.
Oh no, it is. So there are two types of cons basically. There's corporate cons and more community-focused cons. And corporate cons have a lot more corporate booths, booths that are company-oriented, profit motive. Whereas a lot of cons, most cons I would say, are focused on individual artists or individual groups.
Sure. All right.
That are passion-oriented.
That's not to say. Yeah, that's not to say like there was a huge difference, because AX's artist alley was huge as well. But I felt like considering the size difference, like I believe AX is a bit bigger. Like someone tell me the numbers.
Start,
but like,
have they released the numbers yet? Because they did not at the start.
Yeah.
But
So
Dokumi
I
was
feel like-
150,000 this year, which is massive. Biggest in Europe now, I think.
which is nothing.
Yeah.
How many days was Dokumi as well?
This year they expanded to 3 days, which was interesting
Alright,
because
so-
Friday was a great day where there were less people, and you
Yep.
could easily
Yep.
speed around to get the limited merch if you were fast enough.
Okay.
Sorry, Nanakagura fans. KFP sold out the stock very quickly.
Everything gone
I heard-
immediately, right?
I've been seeing on Twitter, talking to other people, that it was very adorable because anybody who came up with a KFP apron or KFP merch, she would adorably go kikuriki every
yes,
time.
she did. Yes,
Exactly.
Like excitedly.
she was
Oh my
adorable. Yeah.
God.
She
Oh
was
my god, no way.
She and her team were ill prepared for the amount of
That's so
people
cool.
that were buying her merch. I think because they were a Japanese group, they did not expect the popularity because they brought maximum 45 booklets. Yeah, there were more than 45 Nanakagura fans.
They
in line,
needed-
I'm pretty sure.
They
Let
needed
alone
like
KFP.
5 or 10 times more than that.
Like
Yeah,
the,
she sold her entire stock in less.
yeah, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, like
Yeah.
instantly. Like because
Yeah.
the venue opens at 1, right? If I remember.
Yep.
And then Motion and I was like standing right in front of the door of the hall.
Mhm.
And we would just quickly went to Nana's booth, and then we already saw like almost like 5 of the people from the other entrance. They just run to our direction.
Yep.
We were like, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh my god.
And people just
Yep.
Oh my god, you all converged on like the same spot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I stopped
we
by the
just
fan
walked
booth
past.
first. I stopped by the fan booth first. Only took like 5 minutes there. Then got in line, and I was the first person to buy from the Sunday stock of books, which is only like 15 books.
So
So was it
Sorry?
Friday?
Oh, you
Were
cut
those
out.
the days? Was it Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Or was it Saturday, Sunday,
Yeah.
Monday?
Yeah. Friday, Saturday,
Friday?
Sunday, and Saturday was the day that was reached 150,000 people, and it was very
Wow,
clearly
okay.
150,000 people
I was-
because it was packed
Okay,
person to
okay.
person sardine cans in the artist alley.
Yeah.
I looked up AX.
Trust me, I understand how bad that was. I nearly got crushed in the
Oh, yeah.
opening line
Moondog,
on
what was
Saturday.
What was it?
They actually projected. This was the projections based off of the tickets at the time, which was like back in like January. They already had 100,000 tickets
Yeah.
sold. So at least 100,000 were at AX. Now, Pat, you probably, and Beats as well, you probably guys saw probably way more than that. So I don't know how many people.
There's also the
Sure.
difference in venue because Dokumi is based around a massive convention complex with like 7 to 8 buildings now.
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
with
really
a
have a
large
reference.
outdoor section as well. How is AX organized?
So I have this neat video. Of me with like a bunch of other people. We were basically second or third row from the front main entrance into AX on Saturday. Because I was with Jinro and he lined up at 3 a.m. I got there at 4:30. We were all wearing our huppies and stuff, repping KFP, and there was also like a bunch of like cronies, brats, and stuff like that. But my lord, was that line insane when we walked in. We didn't walk in, we got stampeded in. There was thousands of people pushing us from the back just to go in. People nearly fell over and got stampeded over. It was insane. I have a video where I'm on the escalators going up, looking back at the crowd of people. And
into the
this is Blart, by the way.
Thanks, Mark. For the line shoving at the front, you try and turn around and tell people to slow down, but they can't because it's too many people shoving. My legs were wedged between the escalator and the rails, so I started riding up it, and it was not fun. I had to straddle.
That's
over
horrific.
And keep shouting at people.
It was
Slow.
insane.
Okay, yeah,
Insane.
nothing anywhere near that bad happened at Dokumi. Well, okay, nothing bad crowd-wise happened. Dokumi. There were 2 robbings, 2 thieveries.
Oh my
and,
god, robbings?
a
Yeah,
poisoning
that's happened here a little
attempt
bit as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the
I
candy
heard there was
situation, right?
vandalism. I heard there was vandalism in AX, right?
What?
Like 3 stalls got smashed up or something. I saw that on Twitter.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, like it was a great success. I just feel like they needed to manage the lines a little bit better. That's all.
Yeah. Crowd control's hard. Especially with that many people.
So
Yeah.
I guess since we're like back onto the topics of cons and other things that happened this weekend. So in terms of Dokumi, you guys had like the booth itself, but you also had like the printout Kiara again, and you also got the cake, the one that she mentioned on stream. The
elephant
the
thing.
Benjamin, the Benjamin,
Benjamin cake.
elephant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
You
remember
can
it.
thank Dom for that.
Yeah. Don't bought it.
He is the organizer of so much, and he deserves a lot of praise, even though he doesn't want it.
Dom, you're great.
Yeah.
Can't
Shout out
take
to
you
Dom.
can't you can't ta- you are
You have
you
to
deserve
take
this.
it. Take our. I don't care. Just take it. Yep.
Yeah, his work, especially with the theater showing, was impressive. Especially organizing to make sure we have legal permission to do things.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's gone to bed, but
Yeah,
I don't
let
hear
him
this
sleep.
recording
he needs
eventually.
to sleep.
He does
Let
need to
his man
sleep.
sleep.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think if
Sounds
any-
like we're out of topics.
we're out of topics. I've gone through all my list of stuff, so I guess
Yeah.
I throw it out here to the rest of you guys, or
Anyone
even,
have comments for any other group?
or even chat. Like if
Yeah.
chat,
I'm
you-
good. Pretty much.
Yeah, like other than that,
Yeah, that's true. We
Go.
did ban Dom from entering the con on Sunday before 12, so he could actually get released.
Nice. Nice.
So I want to ask, how did you guys all find being in different groups? Did you find that each respective fandom kind of did their own thing, or did you kind of mix together a lot? Because I know we did a lot of mixing, trying to like hang out with Holo fans, but at some stage it got so big that people naturally had to be in their respective fandoms for one reason or another. And one that I know is like the distribution of the fan-made huffies in the Hololive like preps meetup.
Dokumi or Nax? Because Dokumi, I guess I can talk about this. We had an Airbnb where 18 of us, we had 18 beds, and people stayed over, and it was like 99% KFP. Some friends who knew nothing about VTubers, but mostly KFP. And that group mostly stuck together, not at the same time, but like split off and knew each other and recognized each other, and hung out at the con. And by that nature, KFP likes KFP, and VTuber fans like VTuber fans, especially in Hololive. So whenever we saw someone we knew, we just hung out for a bit, gathered around. Sometimes went on merch hunting. Like Saturday, the busiest day, of course, I was doing the path to finish out the artist alley and walk as much as possible. And Crayons in Motion joined me for that, and it was our small little trio just going back and forth and meeting other KFP along the way, meeting other VTuber fans. Very easy to recognize because I am tall in a chicken suit
with the Pomo
and I wear
band.
orange.
I'm guessing the
I'm the
Pomo band.
orange.
Pomo band also.
Yeah.
helps.
It's very, very easy to spot me, especially. So I was able to lead people in a crowd. And when I spot VTuber merch, everyone follows behind me. But it's the same. It was the same at MomoCon and AWA Moondog, where Orange was like almost certain to be KFP, and if it wasn't, it was like Naruto or Goku.
But you can like easily tell like from a distance if it was.
Yeah, you
one or
can
the
tell
other.
if they're KFP or not. Yeah.
Or
Hello,
you can
can you hear
recognize
me?
them by the
Hello.
Kiara
We
miniature.
can.
Oh,
I may have been some background noise. If it's okay, because we're gonna be headed to the airport soon. I wanted to say
Ooh,
some
stick
last
fight.
words. So so first off, I just want to say it was great hanging out with everyone. I loved hanging out with KFP all weekend. Did all kinds of stuff, met all kinds of cool people. Did all kinds of fun stuff, which I just said. But it was a really great experience. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Meeting so many cool people. And
Love you too,
Of
buddy.
course.
and for me, like, the concert was amazing, but also just a part of the whole experience here in LA, right? And I really treasure all the encounters I had. And even if some people I got to talk to for hours, some people I got to talk to for seconds, but I treasure both equally. Even if I only got to meet someone for a little bit, just being able to say hi and finally meet in person. But I'm also with someone here, by the way, who's also going to say hi.
Oh.
Hello, it's me, Noe Medi. I've been here the whole time.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Hey, no
Hello.
weed.
And this is Game Changer. Wait.
Yeah, I echo the same sentiments as Beats, to be honest. Like, this is my first time going, like, out of, like, my comfort zone, like, leaving my house to, like, go somewhere for KFP. And I gotta say, it's been really fun. I was, like, pretty nervous at first. Like, on day one, I even kind of felt like, a bit sad because I felt like I was, I don't know, I didn't feel up to snuff with things, but like, you guys are very welcoming and nice, and I've loved meeting all of you, and I would do it again in a heartbeat, you know? And I hope I will in the future too.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
make it happen.
it was a major pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. I hope to do it again for Kiara.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's one special thing about KFP. I know because I'm in KFP and I know KFP. I don't know other fandoms too well. I know the Deadbeats and I know the Pomodachi very well, and they're all very kind to each other too. But I have to say, KFP is one of the most welcoming and kind groups I've fandoms I've ever been a part of. They're extremely special, and Kiara's gathered a bunch of adorable chimkins, and I'm definitely proud to be in KFP.
I heard repeated so many times this weekend. Wow, KFP is so organized. Like exactly that phrase.
So every time,
Yeah.
I was going
Like
to say
fandom like Oshi.
I was going to say every time I go and meet with another group of people, because like, you know, like I am a KFP, you know, at the kami level, but at heart, you know, I'm the what is it? It's like Hako's DD or something like that, where it's like I support them all. So, you know, I go around and I introduce myself and be like, "Hey, how's it going?" But every single time they say, "You KFP show up." Like you guys like when you guys show up, it's not like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" You guys show up with the plan. You guys are we are the like it, we have everything going.
Look, our Oshi is the organization queen, and she has raised us well.
we've been trained well.
It's the super.
Yes.
Every time, it's just we have the superpower that she has. Just ask.
Mhm.
Asking,
yes.
I think it's the fact that KFP are so open with each other that we communicate heavily, that even before we meet each other, we already know each other. So it's less awkward, and therefore, like, we naturally move as a group. We are comfortable as a group. We're all employed as KFP under Kiara. Like the fans, like
there's already
the
like
fans represent the streamer and vice versa.
There's already inside jokes that we could just like share. Just be like, you know, you're browsing on your phone, you see a funny thing, you'd be like, "Oh, he would like this," because they post these jokes all the time.
One thing I do have to say about Dokumi that I hope Kiara notices is that presence at Dokumi. I'm sure you're all aware of that. It was just entirely fan run, entirely fan inspired and funded. And the thing that happened was we reached over 70 people for the showing. That's privately funded. Everyone had a ticket. Yes, everyone had a ticket. That was with 0 cover presence. That was entirely fan run. We were at 70 plus people ready to pay as much as possible to see a show together. Imagine what would happen if there was actual cover presence. KFP's proven that we will show up for KFP to be dedicated together completely on the other side of the world of a current live concert.
Cover staff who is watching this right now, because they have to see if this is
I'm sure
appropriate.
someone is, yeah.
Hi, Gemma.
Hi, Gemma.
Hi, Kiara.
Hi, Kiara. Listen to the Europeans. They're here.
No, one of the things in the Google Doc is, how would you like to view this in the future? One of the options is view it as a live show in the theater. We have done that as fans, all paying for Spawn tickets. I have to repeat that over and over because Dom reminded me to. We are ready to view it in a theater in an official capacity around the world. Please make it happen.
Here in
And
America,
sign the form today.
Here in America, we have a system for that. It's if any of you go to
Fathom events.
Fathom events, they exist.
Yeah, then they normally do stage shows, but they also do concert showings as well, and they do the anime movie showcases, right?
Yep, they do.
I don't know if they do it around the world, but
they do the select theater anime showcases.
Yeah.
Depending on the city, sometimes the city has a staff member or a translation team or a voice actor that come in and ask questions after.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think it could be something. They put it on the official form, which we have pinned. Fill it out, please. They put it on the form, so it's something they're considering for sure. I would love to see it be real next year, or whenever the next big concert is.
With that said, we'll get to the announcements. Go watch Kiara's birthday stream. That's in 2 days.
Technically less, because the countdown stream will be in 27 hours?
Probably.
Ish.
Yeah, something like that.
Less than 27 hours.
Yeah, if it's an hour before, so yeah. Somewhere around there.
And as
so
Kiara said, buy her album when it comes out.
buy the album. She said it. She said it in Connect the World. Join KFP. She said that in Connect the World.
Yes, we are accommodating and will accept any applications.
Yes.
Any and all applications.
Smash this like button, and also Kiara's videos as well. Go stream her songs.
And click the notification bell.
Notification bell. Help that algorithm out.
Yeah.
Leave a comment and subscribe.
That helps too.
The stream was not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
No, but it is sponsored by KFP.
And not
we do sponsor a lot. Not Kiara. Well, she might be in chat somewhere in the future.
Yeah.
She likes to listen to our voices, so she can put it in docs folder.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
What have I done?
What have I done?
Meow, she already knows you.
Oh no, she's sleeping in my wall. Oh no.
She's in our walls.
Don't clip this.
Living rent free in everyone's head.
Yeah.
For free? Damn, I should have her pay rent. But anyways, I guess with that being said, we give a good old Auf Wiedersehen.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
And
Auf
enjoy.
Wiedersehen.
All right. Good enough.
All right. Send it.
All right.
No.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Au revoir.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Wait, am I late? Where's everyone?
It's a motion mention. There he is.
Motion mention.
Motion mention.